Greetings, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Good evening. We can hear you.
Okay. All right. Greetings, everyone. To our viewers, good evening. Welcome to What is Your Opinion segment with Dr. Adama and Madam Luke as my co moderator. Today's topic, we're going to be talking about love or desperation. We're going to be talking about specifically women who are, I want to use the word ballers. Like they earn good money, like they're in the corporate ladder, they're up there. And when they earn this money, they fall in love. Society tends to say they are desperate. But when a man who earns the same figure marries out of love, this is celebrated. So we're going to look into those things. And with that being said, I'm going to hand over to Madam Luke so that she can tell us more about this topic. Madam Luke, over to you. Welcome, ma'am. Abby, welcome to the show. Go ahead, Madam
Thank
Luke.
you, Dr. Dama. Good evening, Madam Luke. Hope you're well. Happy weekend, everybody.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Welcome, Abby. Welcome, Dr. Damna. Welcome to our viewers and panelists. Yes. Why is there a dichotomy in society where a man can marry for love with a woman from a low economic status or academic status? He's seen as chivalric and he's promoting the lady. But when a woman does the same, why is there a backlash on the women? That's what we're here to discuss. Is this desperation or is this for love? On either side, without being biased. Thank you.
Right. So I wanted to ask Abby. Abby, are you looking forward to today's topic?
Absolutely. Can't wait. Can't wait for the bangers, for the amazing opinions, for the intellectual conversations. Can't wait.
All right, thank you. So to our viewers, those in the comment section, please be respectful with your comments. In the panelists, you will add, you don't have to like what we say. We agree to disagree. And if you want to join us in the studio, there is a link that I just sent. Please come in and share your opinion with us. And listen, let's just have a good time. Let's listen to one another and learn and unlearn at the same time. So with that being said, let me play our first video. Are we ready? So I can go ahead play the first video. Madam Luke, you ready?
We're
Ready?
very ready. Go ahead.
All right.
So you want to marry her?
Yes.
Okay. So let's look at it. She works in a tech company, 600K a month. Your salary is 100,000 naira. The value of rent where she stays is like how much?
For a 4-bedroom duplex in that area, let's say about 5 million.
You're staying in a one-room apartment. How much is your rent?
150.
150,000 naira a year. And both of you have agreed to marry each other, right?
So she's passionate about getting married to me.
She's passionate or she's desperate.
I don't know her motive, but
How old is she?
31,
How old are you?
37.
If you guys get married, is she moving to your one room or you are moving to her 4-bedroom duplex?
Obviously, she can't come to where I'm staying. I mean, where I'm staying is so slum-like. And unfortunately, I can't move to her house too.
Why can't you move to her house?
Because of the consequence of moving to a woman's house, I mean, insult my dignity.
So what are you going to do?
I'm just going to look for an average area that can accommodate her. I'm looking at 1 million, 2-bedroom.
A 2-bedroom flat.
Yeah.
She's going to leave her 4-bedroom duplex and she will leave all that luxury and come and stay with you in a 2-bedroom flat and drop her standard of living because of marriage.
That's part of sacrifice, submission.
Submission.
Yes, she will agree to come because she's the one that wants the marriage more.
What do you mean she's the one that wants the marriage more? Don't you want the marriage?
I want the marriage, but I'm not desperate. You know when women really want to marry, so she's doing more of the work, doing more of the dating.
Really?
Yes.
If she says you should move in with her because it's more comfort and it's easier for you because you won't need to pay rent.
Well,
Okay, let me start with Madam Luke. Madam Luke, what's your opinion? I'm going to share the link again. Go ahead, Madam Luke. Madam Luke, are you there? Abby, what is your opinion on?
Yeah,
Hold on.
let Abby go before me. Sorry,
Okay,
I have
Abby,
a
go
point.
ahead. All right, no problem. Abby, what is your opinion on that video?
Now, wow. This date within your tax bracket, I beg. I don't understand these complications. Here's the thing. Something's going to have to give. It's either the man is open-minded about that sort of setup, but not only open-minded, he's going to catch up. I've dated men, or I've dated a man that, or actually, I wouldn't say dated. I spoke to him for a short while. The reason I decided to abort mission was because I did the math, and it seemed as though it would take an awful long time for him to catch up. So it's not always about dating people that are on your level. It's We've spoken about this before, even on the previous show. It's a case of your mentality towards achieving um better. Is your mentality towards even me earning more? Are you someone that would cheerlead? Are you going to be my cheerleader? And most especially, are you competitive? So when I say competitive, there's no reason to be competing with your spouse, but that healthy competition where both of you are equally achieving, you're both achievers, I think is very important. So my concern here is I did not hear anything about his own progress or what he's doing to even match up. Because it can be a case of, oh, I don't want to move to a house. But are you doing something that enables her to now move into your own house that will be comfortable for both of you? Because let's be honest, you want me to move from, I don't know, I don't want to use any areas in Lagos before it's now become become another thing, but you can't expect someone to move from their very comfortable apartment or very comfortable house to yours in the name of love and marriage. For me, I
No,
don't.
no, let's use an area. So you're saying, let's
Okay,
give for instance, you
okay,
can you
cannot
want to
say
move from let's use
Ikoyi,
Lekki to be
yeah,
fair,
move
from
from
Lekki
Ikoyi
to
to
Oshodi.
Oshodi. Thank you. Can't
So you
expect you to move from Ikoyi to Oshodi. I mean, there's a couple of things here. There's the security. There's more security in Ikoyi. There's even just there's so many perks to living in certain areas in Lagos. Let's be truthful. So it's one thing for you to say, "Oh, I'm working towards something. It's going to take me a year." I didn't hear that from him, and it just seems as though it hasn't even started and it's already sounding like there's going to be resentment. He's going to resent that woman. So yeah, it's a no from me.
all right, thank you so much. Oh, welcome, Uncle Janaba. Uncle Janaba, did you see the video that played, or do you need me to play it again so that I wanted to hear your opinion before I go to Madam Luke? Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Adama, Madam Luke, and I couldn't see the other one.
Abby.
Abby, okay. Nice to meet you two guys. No, I didn't.
Nice to meet you too, sir. Good evening.
Let
Evening.
me let me play the video one more time so that our viewers, I see some people just came in the studio. I see Cece is here. I see Didi is here, Bieber, Marriott. A shout out to all you guys. Thank you guys for coming to support. I love you guys. So let me play the video one more time. Thank you.
So you want to marry her?
Yes.
Okay, so let's look at it. She works in a tech company, 600K a month. Your salary is 100,000 naira. The value of rent where she stays is like how much?
For a 4-bedroom duplex in that area, let's say about 5 million.
You're staying in a one-room apartment. How much is your rent?
150.
150,000 naira a year. And both of you have agreed to marry each other, right?
So she's passionate about getting married to me.
She's passionate or she's desperate.
I don't know her motive, but
How old is she?
31,
How old are you?
37.
If you guys get married, is she moving to your one room or you are moving to her 4-bedroom duplex?
Obviously, she can't come to where I'm staying. I mean, where I'm staying is so slum-like. And unfortunately, I can't move to her house too.
Why can't you move to her house?
Because of the consequence of moving to a woman's house, I mean, insult my dignity.
So what are you going to do?
I'm just going to look for an average area that can accommodate her. I'm looking at 1 million, 2-bedroom.
A 2-bedroom flat.
Yeah.
She's going to leave her 4-bedroom duplex and she will leave all that luxury and come and stay with you in a 2-bedroom flat.
Yeah.
And drop her standard of living because of marriage.
That's part of sacrifice, submission.
Submission.
Yes, she will agree to come because she's the one that wants the marriage more.
What do you mean she's the one that wants the marriage more? Don't you want the marriage?
I want the marriage, but I'm not desperate. You know when women really want to marry, so she's doing more of the work, doing more of the dating.
Really?
Yes.
If she says you should move in with her because it's more comfort and it's easier for you because you won't need to pay rent.
Well,
Uncle Janaba, that's the video. So what is your opinion on that video, sir?
Sorry, before Uncle John goes, this man is a bloody scammer.
Please, I'm trying to be a moderator. Uncle Janaba, what is your opinion?
Um, the young lady, she lives in 4 bedroom flat, right? And then the monkey live in a 1 room. Uh,
One
and she,
in a
uh,
specific area.
and and it says that is the girl that is desperate, not him. Uh, I don't even think the woman should talk to him for one more minute of her life. Uh, he's not serious. He have no ambition. He have no plan to settle down. For whatever scenario you guys are trying to picture on this show, which is to speak to the volume of our things that go on in our society, which is a good thing because it's happening everywhere like that. But then in this scenario, the guy is uh, the lady should not settle down. I would not advise my daughter that worked so hard to live in 4 bedroom, and now because of one person ego, then he's not going to come there. They have to meet and then even live in 2 bedroom, and part of sacrifice according to the word. Uh, well, my daughter will not try that with me. I should not even go close to such a man. If you walk your way and you settle down to be a man, have a better place. If you want to, if you have ego to preserve, everybody have ego in one way or the other. So, and this is what is happening. But women should hold their head up. What is wrong in someone? The fact that she's in 4 bedroom today and she's making it, and you are not there yet. If you choose not to join her because of your ego, that's left for you. But then I think I would not allow my daughters to settle less because you want to accommodate one person that have not walked to the top. And where you are today doesn't mean about tomorrow. You guys can get there tomorrow together from whatever you guys start from. But why should you allow somebody to bring you down because you are making sacrifice? The sacrifice is to go down or is to go up together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Uncle Janaba. I really appreciate your inputs. Madam Luke, are you ready? Madam Luke.
Sorry, can I contribute quickly? I'm trying to leave my workplace
Okay,
and
go
I'll
ahead.
be
Go
on
ahead.
the
You
road.
can. You can. Welcome, Chim. Go ahead.
Okay, so I think first of all, the attitude is wrong. While I'm impressed that the lady wants to marry somebody who's financially lower than her. Clearly, she has love in mind, but unfortunately, the guy has the wrong attitude. I don't see anything wrong in someone who's a lady earning very well and finds love somewhere, albeit with a guy who is not financially a match for her. The fact she's willing to do that speaks volume about herself. But the point for me is listening to the language of the guy as he was being interviewed. How do you say you're not desperate and the lady's the one who's desperate? So in other words, he's kind of laid back. He has this, I don't care attitude. Well, let her do all the work. So if that's my sister or my daughter, I'll tell the person to, just forget about this person. It's not going to work. It's for me right now. My contribution is just that the attitude of the guy is wrong. There is no, there is no excitement. There is no evidence of love in what he's doing. He's just in it for the fun of the fact that she's going to be able to provide for him. If he was showing, saying, you know what, I love this lady, but my concern is, am I going to be able to provide for her and all that? Then I might say, okay, he's being rational enough to consider the fact that the lady is in a good position, and then he's the one who is sort of like, I don't want to use the word dragging her down, but but his attitude is just wrong. That's just my contribution right now. He has a wrong attitude.
All
Thanks.
right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Chim. Uncle Ben, Mr. Obe, are you ready to speak?
Yes,
Go ahead, sir. What is your opinion on that?
I think the video is supposed to be a scenario, not a real situation. Anyway, from my calculation, because the figures are not gelling. She
Okay,
said she earns
okay,
600K.
hold on, Mr. Obey. Are you trying to say things like this don't happen? Let's just.
Yeah, it's very unrealistic. She earns 600K and her rent is 5 million. That's very impossible in the first place. That means somebody else is paying the rent because she can't be earning 600K in a month, which is 7.2 million a year, and she pays a house for 5 million and it's a 4 bedroom. Who lives in a 4 bedroom? Only her. I think it's unrealistic anyway. But let me assume that the scenario exists and
No, Mr. Obey, hold on. Are you saying, before you go further, are you saying is something wrong with a single woman living in a 4 bedroom? Is that what you're saying?
no, that the scenario, the figures in the scenario are not gelling to the reality of the scenario. That's what I'm trying to say. That she can't be earning 600K in a month and be living in a 5 million apartment, anyways.
But
And the guy is earning
you don't know if
150K.
she has other investments, how she's able to afford it. Like,
Okay, but the
yes.
scenario did not tell us that. He only told us that she has an income of about 600K monthly, which is about 7.2 million for 12 months. And she
Mhm.
pays a house of 4 bedroom. Who lives in a 4 bedroom? Only herself. And pays 5 million is unrealistic anyway. Let's assume she does that. The guy that is actually winning her is not ready for marriage from the narrative because he's he says he used the word that the girl needs her more than he needs her. I mean, he needs him more than he needs her. That doesn't make any sense. He's going to be just a chop and run guy. I think the lady should be smart enough to know that a such discussion with such guy will just express the reality that he is not a serious person. Number one, you can't be earning 150K and you are looking at those are gold diggers. They are all over the place in Lagos anyway and other part of the country. They are looking for people who earn more than them to stick onto and be doing fine boy, and they want to cluster around them. And at the end of the day, they pretentiously show up in a location where they can find those kind of ladies, and they pretend along the line, show love and everything. At the end of the day, deceive them, and they at the end of the day to work out. You can't be any 150K be aiming at somebody at that level. You're already a failure at that point. You're already a failure. You can't even afford the rent. What are you going to do with marriage?
Okay,
You know?
I have a pushback, Mr. Obey, and this is my pushback. I just want to make sure. Have you finished your submission,
Why
Mr.
is my
Obey?
volume so low? Hello?
Yes. My volume is so low. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
I said, have you finished? I have a pushback with what you just said.
Go ahead.
Okay, this is what the pushback I have. A woman who earns that amount and falls in love with a guy that earns 150K. Are you trying to say that is the guy is a gold digger, that love like that doesn't exist? Is that what you're trying to say?
You sew your coat according to your material, not according to your size at this time. Yes. If you want to, at that point, you can't marry such a woman. The disparity of income is too much. It's not that it's earning over 300% more than you. You can't marry such a person because you're going to live a very first life. You're going to be a boy. At the end of the day, you can't control. I mean, you can't manage such home as a man. You
Really?
can't manage such home as a man. You cannot.
Okay.
Yeah, love conquers, but it's not going to last. That's what I'm saying.
All right, no problem. We'll come back. We'll come back to that. This is going to be the less
You go and
everybody.
work hard first before you look for women. Anyways,
Okay, thank you. We're going to come back to what you just said while I have everybody give their opinion on that topic. Madam Luke, are
I'm
you
back.
ready? Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
What is your opinion on that video?
Well, I was a little bit. You see, that's why I like to have the two parties. This kind of discussion, I like to have both the men and the woman giving their submissions, so we have a balanced picture about what is being said. When one person is talking about this situation, I find it a little odd, but I will go with what he said. I found it a little interesting that he said it's the woman that is desperate for the marriage. That was quite insulting. Um, I don't care what the socio-economic situation is. What a man can do, I believe a woman can also do, being the staunch feminist that I am. So if the man can go to the village, pick somebody who is illiterate or socioeconomically dependent, raise her up and move into his house, his house, I don't see why a man can't do the same. as long as they're working towards the same goal of succeeding in that relationship. So right off the bat, he's not a good marriage material for me, because why can't he move into her house? You know, so she expects her to come and move to his 150,000 naira a month or a year apartment. How is that marriage going to work? So I would say it's desperation on the man's part and love on the woman's part. The man is the desperate one in this situation. So that's what I think. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Madam Luke. Uncle Beno, did you watch the clip I played, and what is your opinion on it, sir? Uncle Beno, are you there?
Yes, I'm right here. I'm just thinking about the kind of bass boost you guys want to start this night, Dr. Adama. My head is already boiling, and I'm like, these people want to set me up. Help me, blood of Jesus. Okay, first thing first, like my brother that spoke earlier said, that math, the math in that video is not mathing. Okay. Now, do we have situation like that happening? A lot. Plenty. Oh, plenty situation like that where women who actually build their own houses or they bought their houses and they are really making really fantastic number and they want to marry a guy who is way below their tax bracket. I hope CC is not here today because CC will already be
Sissy is here.
really
Leave
Of
her
dirty
course
alone.
I'm
argument.
Sissy is
here.
here.
Of
She
Oh, I
course
is
can
I'm
see
here.
the
here.
chat. CC,
Of course I'm here.
CC, are you feeling okay? I hope you have
Leave
never
her. Will
started
you leave her alone?
tackling something
Because
in the house.
I'm ready for you, Uncle Ben.
Dr.
Don't
Adama, I know
try
my
me.
sister. I know my people knows me. Because I know CC will be pissed off hearing this. But to be honest, um, situation like this is really out there, it's happening. And unfortunately, I will blame the girl, the woman in this particular question is who I will blame the most. As far as I'm concerned, that guy is not ready for marriage. He don't even know what marriage is all about. I think the guy still need a lot of learning to do. But I blame the girl, the so-called lady that is proposing or want to marry him. This is where I have issue with many ladies these days. What are you doing with a jerk? You know, they speak the American English, a jerk. That's the way he head, no correct, nothing there on top here. What are you doing with that kind of guy? Like somebody who doesn't have money and is giving condition. I don't know the setup of that video that you play, whether he called that guy seeking advice or maybe it's in therapy or consultation. I don't know what it is, but everything in that video is giving. Is there anything more than United States of red flags? So I blame the girl. And this is it for me. Now you see a guy who income is way low, whose brain is not even functioning well. A guy who opens his mouth and say, well, I'm thinking she can move out of the house, we can rent a place, we can stay, and then that guy goes so far. And guys like this, they get woman pregnant so fast. If this kind of guy, now then they give woman twins belly. They don't just give woman one belly, that twins go there. He will tie that lady down. I don't
Ben,
invest already,
Zoike,
I
we have
beg.
not
When I
gotten
leave
to
me.
that part yet.
Okay, I know understand. That's why I say I never get the picture. Well, what is she doing with this kind of madman? Like that, my brother said earlier. God, I beg, God, you know my heart. You know, say I don't want go jail and I don't want buy person. If my daughter go bring this kind of person come, I swear I go box her and come out from my house. Make I eat first, Dr. Adama. Make I go drink water. And I don't dey piss me off.
Please drink water. Drink water. Cece, Cece is in the building.
Dr. A.
Hmm.
I
Cece,
think this is
please.
my first time, right? I said I have to eat a sugary snack. I don't Abby, you know what Greg's yum yum is.
Cece, first of all, can you increase your voice?
Am I low?
You're giving us bedroom voice. I don't know
Yes,
why.
so
I'm
this
in
bedroom
bed.
voice, please. We
I'm
don't want it
sorry.
tonight,
We need
please.
action.
I'm
We need
in bed. But I'm
no, that's
ready
the
on
only
this
way.
matter.
That's the only
I
way
said
you can actually strangle Uncle Benno
I
for us.
said this
Action.
matter. I'm following Uncle Ben bumper to bumper on it. Dr. A, you know my stance on this.
I
I just
do.
think
I
it's
do.
absolute nonsense. I'm not even mad at the guy because I'm sorry, who in this life doesn't see a good opportunity for to be living good or to be eating off somebody and doesn't take that opportunity? He wants something better for his life. Absolutely, go for it. My issue is a sisterhood, a sister. Why would you stoop so low to be dating somebody that is not even on your level? That is my problem. It's not even the guy. The guy is an opportunist. He's seen an opportunity, he's going for it. Fantastic. But you, as the person that has the most to lose, why are you so comfortable lowering your standard, sorry, to underneath the ground for this, and you say it's love. It's not love. You know the reason that you're going there. It's either it's insecurity on the woman's part, or she wants to go into that relationship and emasculate that man. Those are the two things that it can be. Me, in an African context, I don't believe that there's love there. That's the truth. Not in the society that we live in today, where things are very transactional. A woman to be earning that kind of money, obviously, yes, it's a scenario, but there are women that can earn that, and there are women that are earning that. There are women that come from rich families that marry guys who are way below them, and they say, oh, it's because of love. And they'll be managing the guy. Yet nothing, the guy will never amount to anything. Despite the amount of times that she'll pour into him, ask her daddy to invest in him, ask her uncle to invest in the husband, do all this running around trying to build up the man because he was never a man to begin with. Can we stop doing this as ladies? It really annoys me. Why do you settle for less than what you are? There has to be something going on with you as the person or as the woman going into that situation. So I'm not even mad at the man. He's an opportunist. He's gonna go for it. Let him. But you, as the person with something to lose, you should be doing better for yourself. To be honest, so that's my stance.
Thank you so much, CC. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
your input. I know this is your favorite topic. That's why I knew you were going to come in. So I'm not surprised. So tonight, Niger, welcome to the show, Forefathers. Did you watch the video and what is your opinion on the video?
Greetings, Adama. Thank you for having me, and greetings to all the panelists, the chat, and the viewers. I saw the video, and it felt almost as if it was some kind of pantomime, or for want of a better word. Um, the guy doesn't seem to be a serious person. Um, Making a flippant comment like, "Oh, she should move into a an average size." What is the difference? She's still earning more than you, and she still has to shoulder most of the cost. So, what is the idea? What is the logic of moving to an average place? You can easily still go to where she is, where she lives. I mean, and then he went on to say that she's more keen on the marriage, and he used the term, "Oh, all these women that are." By that kind of standard, if it was my family member, I advise the lady not to go near that kind of person, because the attitude he's taking towards the lady is not healthy. And the demand doesn't even make sense. It's not logical because he's still gonna be out of pocket. The lady still has to shoulder the cost. So what is the point? Is it that, oh, because you're a man, the woman cannot earn more than you? Wake up, this is the new world you are in. Women are doing jobs that they can easily earn more than men now. So I don't see why, the way he's sounding, it doesn't sound like a serious person. And
Did you
yeah, it
put that
doesn't sound
over
like a
there?
serious person to me.
This tower
Sorry, I'm not
or
muted
this
there.
one?
Let me see. I think maybe I can even do that. All right, so he doesn't sound like a serious person to me. I think the lady would do well, not because or whether he's earning less, but because of his attitude towards her. That's what I have a problem with. The entire discussion doesn't even make sense. I don't know why he's even contemplating settling with this lady, because they are going to have children. With that type of attitude, what's he going to be thinking about his children? I don't understand it. The entire thing is upside down. So that's my take.
Thank you so much to Niger. I want to before I go to the next video, this is the question I have for the panelists. Okay. Now we've seen the video. Obviously, this guy is not realistic in everything. Now, the question I have for the panelists is this: what is wrong with a woman who is in love marrying someone who doesn't earn as much as her? And this is why I said this. Everybody know the designer, Vicky James. We all know the designer, right? Who she married is a guy that is not on her level. Okay. And what is who is the other person too? Madam Luke, help me here. Who is the other person we talked about? Madam Luke, are you there? Oh, she's not. She's probably. So we have women. Why is it that when a woman marries out of love, we call it desperation? Why is it that we cannot take it that it is love? So are we trying to say now that Vicky James is desperate? This is a woman. Any clothes she sews for you, you have to pay her in dollars, and she lives in Nigeria. So my question to the panelists, Abby, my question to you is: for someone like Vicky James that married for love, will you say she settled or she was in love? That's the question.
Hey, okay. Vicky James, I don't know. Vicky James is very tricky. The thing is, similar to the previous live stream that we came from, Vicky is someone that is the perfect case study for. So there's something that a lot of Nigerian women do that is very common on social media. They visibly go from baddie to Jesus baby when they feel like it's time for them to get married. I don't know how to explain that, but take it from me that it's a thing. So all of a sudden, you see a woman that has lived this amazing lifestyle, expensive lifestyle. She gets to a point, towards her late 20s, she starts posting the Bible passages on her bio. You see Psalm something something, Proverbs 31, things like that. I'm sorry to say, but that's exactly what Vicky James did. Vicky James, though not 30 at that point, was desperate for marriage. I don't think it is love. Now, the one thing that we have heard and we've seen is that Vicky James's husband used her, I guess, her to his advantage, in the sense that there was some sort of leverage and he used it towards his cleaning business. And we've seen the business grow. So I don't want to say that she married down from a financial standpoint, not necessarily academic, and maybe not mentality, based off of what they claim the man now does. Of course, we can't have all the details. We're not their family. We don't live with them. But it seems as
I
though
have a pushback.
it seems as though the man now actually is using that to his advantage. But I'm not going to lie to you, based off of Vicky James' trajectory, I do not see it as love. But in this particular case, it seems as though the man is trying to match up. The only reason why it seems like that's not the case is because of how Vicky James presents herself, and I think she's more of the assertive kind of woman, and likes to be the center of attention, hence a couple of weird comments that she's made here and there. But I honestly don't think it's love, honestly. So that's what I'm going to say.
Okay, Uncle Ben, hold on before you give your pushback. Chim is at work. Chim, what do you have to say? So I'll have Uncle Ben go after you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, guys, I'm not cutting the line. I'm just at work and about to leave. When I get into the road, I won't be able to join you guys. So first of all, I don't know who Vicky James is. So help me understand, how long has she been married for? Do you know?
Vicky James, I would say she's been married.
They just celebrated their 1-year anniversary.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So number one, it's too early to judge. But if she's still celebrating that 1 year, I give her kudos, because marriages of that sort usually don't last beyond 1 year. But I have a different perspective to a lot of things. Number one is, I don't have a problem with anybody being a bado and start putting Jesus the next day, as long as it's genuine, which means she understands that she needs to do a change. Now, yes, I agree. Is that change genuine? Will it last? With that is why I asked, how long is this marriage? Because I need to understand the length of time you've been in a thing for. People, if I mean, for those of us who believe that Jesus Christ is real, so there is a point to give your life to Christ or to ask God for forgiveness, as it were. So I will not point fingers at anybody who suddenly says, you know what, my yesterday was wrong. I'm sorry about it and I want to make a change. And if that change in the process of doing it brings her marriage with a good guy, that's good. Not a bad thing. I don't think it's anything bad. People make changes. So, but the point is it, why is it wrong or why is it that society runs into conclusions when a woman of means finds love and marries somebody who is not of means, and then we say she's desperate? Well, I'm happy with the word you use, society. Society has its own code of conduct and ethics, the way it does things. Doesn't necessarily mean it's correct, but society has the way it wants things defined and done. It's up to you to ask yourself, that thing society is placing on you, is it something that you should go with? There are certain things society will place on you that you say, yes, I need to conform. But there are also certain things that society will place on you and you tell yourself, no, I don't have to conform to this. So if Vicky James, in seeking love, she has been a bado, gone out with all sorts of people, and suddenly today she feels, you know what, those people, they are only good for bado. Men do it also. Men go out with bados, and when they are looking for a wife, they marry Jesus girl. So if a woman too says, okay, I've gone out with bado, but now I want to and have a family. I want a man who can do family. I'm not going for the bado. I don't think there is anything wrong in it. If it works out for them tomorrow, they spend 20 years, 30 years, and exactly as till death do us part, she accomplishes that. Then those of us who are judging her were on our own. So I don't think there's anything wrong with any lady finding love and love finds them and they make it happen. The bottom line is they make it happen. If they make it happen, that's fine. That's my contribution. Thanks.
Thank you. Uncle Beno, what's your pushback on what Abby just said?
Yeah, so my pushback for Abby, first off, Abby said she don't think they married for love. So I wanted to ask Abby, who do you think is not in love with each other? Are you saying Vicky James doesn't love Femi or Femi doesn't love Vicky James?
I think Dr. Dama's conversation was more from Vicky James' standpoint, rather her question, because she's the one that has the money and has the
Okay.
fame. And as we know, her husband was assistant to her ex bestie, so he did not have close to what she has or what she had starting the relationship.
So you think Vicky James really don't love Femi, that she just took
Um,
advantage of him?
No, I think I don't know what it is, but like I said in the comment section out to CC, a lot of things can coexist in a relationship, right? I do think that there could be love there. I actually see it more as infatuation, to be honest, more than love at the moment. But there could be love
What
there.
do
But
you mean infatuation?
I don't
Elaborate on that.
I think it's more excitement. I don't see it as true love. I think that it was very convenient, but all of these things can exist in one relationship, right? That's the point
Okay.
of analyzing.
Okay. Well, my pushback is this. I think Vicky James is actually in love with Femi. It's not just about the money. I think she's really in love with Femi. However, Femi might be the one that wasn't in love initially. But the way they are going right now, I think Femi is beginning to love her too. So they both stand the chance to surprise a lot of people. The marriage will last. Femi might impregnate somebody along the way, but the marriage will last. That's just what I wanted to say, that there is love there. And as a Yoruba guy, one thing I do say most of the time is that when you are moving with a Yoruba guy, you just have to know that we can play a fool for you. We have the patience. If Vicky James was coming for Femi, and Femi can easily say that, this guy will be my boss or guy. It's like she's into me with everything. Femi is gonna be shocked, like, really, me and this guy will short like this. But after a while, once they started getting serious, Femi will probably feel like, you know what? After all, she's okay. She's a pretty girl. She's smart. She got it. Let me just see what this gonna lead to. And that's when he's gonna start playing cool, playing the patient game, trying to see how she move. Now, as time goes on, if Femi begin to see that this guy is not really bad, she's a nice person actually. Omo, mo gba tomo yi o. And that's it. So I think this might work. Initially, I have my suspicion because with all those PDA that Vicky James like to do every time, yeah, 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 yo, 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 yo. But right now, I'm beginning to notice that it's like Femi is actually taking control gradually. And when I say this, I'm not saying it in a negative sense. It's just that some Yoruba, I can't speak of other people, but a lot of Yoruba guys that I've seen that actually married women who are doing better off than them. They will be patient at first. They get to know the woman, and then gradually, the moment the woman is into them to the point that you are getting married, and now the woman has even done a lot. The woman is the one who might probably have so much to lose. That's when the Yoruba man now can easily start to telling her, I don't like it when you do like this. Why don't we do it this way? And if the woman is a smart woman, she will begin to adjust. So far, she's adjusting, they will click. That's just my take.
Sorry, Dr. Dama, can I clarify why I got to this conclusion? Because I don't
Yeah, go
think.
ahead. Go ahead.
So how I got to this conclusion is that Vicky spent a good 2 years of her life. Like I said, there's a thing that a lot of Nigerian celebrities and influencers do. I explained that in the beginning, where they do this transition from baddie to Jesus baby in an attempt to attract what they believe is a good man. Unfortunately, like I've said in previous shows before, their industry is tough, and they would often tell you how it's hard to find a good man when you're in the spotlight. There's a lot of rumors as well about them and how they get their money and having to sleep their way up and all. So they feel like it's kind of like a curse to be in that situation. It's a common thing in that industry. So Vicky Jane spent a good 2 years of her life doing that whole thing, where her whole stories and her bio, she was doing that prayer thing, and the whole focus was, I want to find my man, I want to find my man, I want to find my man. Similar to what Sharon Oja did as well. A lot of them do that a lot. And then all of a sudden there's a man, and then the dating time is very short and they get married. So it becomes very worrying. So of course, there's nothing that I'm saying that is set in stone, but we're talking about patterns, and that's the point of these shows, right? We're analyzing. But I'm just trying to explain to you guys that it became a thing. It's the same thing that happened with Sharon Oja, and we saw what happened with Sharon Oja's the rumors that came out about how he had just divorced somebody, had not even finished divorcing somebody. So you wonder what was the point of the quickness with the dating and then the marriage? You're only, in your late 20s. So Vicky had that trajectory of crying, praying desperately for a man for whatever reason best known to her. It was almost like everything, all of her success was not complete without this man. And then all of a sudden she's with this man. So that's why that is the word on the streets about their dynamics and if it's really real or if it was just a case of convenience. And of course, like Uncle Beno said, for him, Sisi also said that earlier in the show, for the man, what's there not to like? It's not like she's not a beautiful woman and she has money. What's there not to like? But from her perspective, we wonder if it's a case of somebody what's the word, love bombed you. They're a sweet guy, they're also good looking, also your type, and then you just fall into it because you're also desperate for marriage. And I said this about DJ Copy before, you're putting that energy out, and the men that want something from you can see it, they can smell it, they can feel it, and they can often take advantage of you for that, if that makes sense. So that's basically where I'm coming from, for anybody that doesn't know her history.
Are you
All right.
trying to
Thank you.
blame Femi?
I'm not trying to, Uncle, but no, I think I had a balanced conversation here. I put even adding DJ copy. These people can smell your desperation. You, on the other hand, not only are you desperate in real life, you're putting it out on the internet. You're inviting the people. I mean, I said this on your show, Uncle Beno, about DJ copy as well. I don't like the way she goes about it. Surely you can talk to your sisters, your friend, even if you're your friends, even if you're that desperate and lonely for a man, right? But for you to put it on the internet, you're attracting scam artists that are going to pretend to be something that they are not, potentially pretend to be something that they are not, just to get close to you and get what they want. And Uncle Beno, even this your angle of a Yoruba man getting close to you, blah blah blah. This is what is happening in the marriage of Daniel Etim Ifyong and his wife, that they get dragged every weekend. This couple, they met, and then it was a case of the woman I'm with, she's not ready to marry. He moved back to Lagos from South Africa, met his wife, and by the way, if anyone doesn't know who Daniel is, he's an actor, Nollywood actor. Met his wife, and he was like, she's ready for marriage. I'll just marry her. She's paying for everything now in the way that he talks about her publicly, for the most part, and the way he treats his colleagues, what seems like better than her. And it's almost like she's had to settle for that. So sometimes, yes, it might work out where the man is a fair person and say, you know what, this woman has been with me, she's stuck by me, I'm going to treat her well. Other times, the man is just there managing you, and all you ask to him is the mother of his kids. It can actually backfire. So that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. Madam Luke, are you there? Cece, what is your opinion on this Vicky James and Femi?
Okay, so I love what Abby said in terms of when you ooze desperation, trust me, the people that will be able to pick that scent up, they'll come in tenfold. And it's unfortunate, but I always say this thing: when women are dating, don't go on a date, on a first date, and start offloading, oh, my ex-boyfriend did this to me, oh, this one broke up with me because of this, he cheated on me 5 times, oh, he had a baby mother. You're just inviting these men to just be ticking mentally all the rubbish that you can take, and they'll just be ticking it, storing it for next time. So when they start moving mad, you can't even complain, because you've already given them a blueprint to start mistreating you. They know that your ex-man that you were with, he had 5 babies on you, you stayed. So why should his own be different? Then you'll meet a guy in dating stage and you'll start telling him, oh, I have all these insecurities, my last boyfriend used to say this to me, that to me. So it's like you're already putting out these negative things, or you're telling a guy, or the number one thing that I hate, and I tell people all the time, is if you're on a date and a guy says, oh, what kind of guy are you looking for? It's a trap. I'm not going to tell you and give you the blueprint for the guy that I want. If you're that guy, I will be able to know, and I'll be able to move with you. If you're not that guy, it's not going to happen. I'm not going to tell you what I'm looking for. Then you can start now manipulating yourself to be that person for me, right? So it's just what Abby said. Maybe Vicky James. I don't know Vicky James from before. I only started knowing her in this, maybe her Jesus Baby era, when she was already like, child of Zion and all this blah, blah, blah. I didn't know that she was a baddie back in the day or whatever she was. So I've not really consumed her content because I just find her personality very annoying, to be honest, and disingenuous. So it doesn't gravitate to me. I love her craft, but her personality and all of this very trying to be like the best wife, the best cook, my oga, my odogu. It's like, girl, calm down. Are you the first person to be married? It's okay, calm down. So I don't gravitate towards her content. So I don't know her previously. But if that's what she was doing and now she's changed her persona and she's attracted a husband, okay, maybe it works for her. She's got her man, but we'll just have to see how it plays out in the long run. And from previous people's testimonies or experiences, it usually ends up badly. I'm not saying that or wishing that on her, but we can see the evidence in other people's situations that were the same. When you're as successful as she is and you settle for a guy who is kind of getting by and you're the one that builds him up, eventually when the guy reaches the level that he wants to be or should have been, are you still going to be his preference is the problem, and is the question that you need to ask. If he had the choice to pick you when he's up, would you still be his preference? So that's what a lot of people and a lot of women, or a lot of these imbalanced financial relationships, going for. When a woman is at a certain level and a guy is just accommodating you because he has an aim to get where he wants to go, you need to ask yourself, if he was making the kind of money that I'm making and the roles were reversed, would I be his preference? More than likely, probably not. In the society that we all come from, we're all Africans, I believe, on this panel. So I'm not talking about Western society. I'm talking about in our African context. Most men, if not 89, 99% of those men, only few are confident, have enough emotional intelligence, have enough self-esteem to stand by a woman who is making significantly more money than them and still be what is it like still be in their masculinity and not be phased by it. Very few African men in Africa. So if we're talking about in an African context, in terms of our society and how we look at relationships between husband and wife, then having an imbalance of your financial levels, it won't work in our society, and that's just the truth, because our men are not built to take a back seat, let their woman shine financially, and also be okay in just earning what they're earning and not feel like the woman is emasculating them, talking down to them. I think somebody said here, treating them like a boy. I've seen it so many times. I've seen girls who are dating guys in African relationships, and anytime they have a problem, the guy will make the issue about money. She could just be like, babe, can you pass me water? The man is in the kitchen opening the fridge. The jug is there. Oh, it's because you're making more money than me. It's like you're sending me on like your errand boy. Where does that insecurity come from? So until we have a society of men that are confident in themselves and are not have this insecurity when a woman makes more than them, that every little thing that happens in that household because you have a financial imbalance is about money, then we can't be in relationships with guys that earn that much lower than us. So no, I don't think that she's there for love, absolutely, because she wanted marriage, she wanted a husband. The guy's intention will only time can tell. I think that's what I will say on that.
All right, thank you so much, Cece. Chunaija, what is your opinion? Then I'll come to you, Uncle Ben. Chunaija, what is your opinion about women who are high earners and marry men who don't earn that much? Is it love or is it desperation? Chunaija, are you there, forefather?
I'm here.
Hold on, can you hear me?
Yes, I
Look
can
at
hear
that.
you.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm just. I think it might, in some situation, it might be a form of desperation. In other ones, it might be out of love, infatuation, whichever you want to, whichever one you want to pick. But in this case, I don't know whether I'm looking at the right set of people. Is Vicky as in a VEEKEE James? If that's the lady.
Yes, she's a fashion
Okay.
designer. Yes.
Yeah, if it's them, they're already married now. So they seem like people, if you didn't know the disparity in their income, you would think they belong together. They don't have, there's no an obvious mismatch there where you see one person is old and the other one is desperately ugly, or all kind of stuff, how you match people together. So that disparity is not there. However, listening to that video you played appears to make the guy come across as if he's somebody that is not serious. Um, because of that, because of actually seeing them, maybe there is something to what Benno said, that maybe things will settle down later on. That said, I don't know whether men cannot. In Nigeria, yes, most men are raised to take care of the home. For better or for worse, it seems to have done a lot of Nigerian men good elsewhere, but not necessarily in the culture, especially in Lagos, where you have professional women earning a lot of income. So the men struggle to adjust to such environment. And I think it's only natural. I'm sure the women too are adjusting to having to go out with men that are earning less. And And if anything, I will even argue that women may even have more trouble with that. Because women don't like to go out with somebody that earns less than they do or in a lower social status. Um, but on balance, if you look at this one, the guy does they are married now, so he doesn't have much of an issue with that. He's made his peace with that one. And before now, while I was growing up, I think most men will have a lot of trouble with it.
Why would it? Why would you have trouble if your wife earns more and you earn lesser than her? Why is it an issue in the African culture? Why? Why
Because they were
does that
raised,
question
they
your
were raised
masculinity? Like why? What is the
because they
problem?
were raised by those women too, and maybe the men to take care of the women, not the other way around.
Exactly.
That's what I mean.
That's the way they are. Mhm.
And it's a good thing for most of the women out there, because if our men are not raised that way, I don't think you'll be hearing about them all over the place. Where women are appreciating the fact that they do, take up the responsibilities of being a man in the relationships. But there is this downside. I know while I was growing up that was a big problem for Nigerian men. It's like unacceptable, and they struggle emotionally. If it makes them feel out of place. But I don't know about this new generation of Nigerians now. This new generation, I think maybe from the 90s, the one that were born in the 90s, I think they are fine. They might even seek it out if they can get away with it. That generation, they are fine with it. And for better or for worse, I don't know. I just think that the individuals themselves, and it's good that they are adjusting now. And maybe it's not going to be that much of a problem in reality if they just learn to adjust. Maybe the older men shouldn't be stigmatizing them, that they shouldn't go with women that are doing better. And about the women too, the decision that they are making, especially in the context of Nigeria, when they get to 30s and they are not settled down, they don't have a family. And some people say the women are desperate. Or, yeah, they may be desperate. They may even know that the guy doesn't care. But they've chosen the guy. They want to have a child. They want to start a family. And some people will do it. They don't care. The way they will calculate it is that if I'm here busy looking for the perfect guy that loves me like Cinderella, I will not have a child. And that primal instinct takes over. And generally, women make such decisions all the time. They go out with men that, if you guys are looking for red flags, the red flags are written all over the guy, but they'll still go out with the guy anyway because it's time. That I think I said it before now. You can't outrun your biology. When it's time to have a child, when it's your time, you can't afford to just say, okay, let me just gamble and wait and wait and wait. And in the context of Nigeria, it's very difficult. When you get to 40s, it becomes even a bigger problem. So family members, everybody will be pressuring you everywhere. So you just do what needs to be done. And I think a lot of people do that anyway. I will leave it there.
All right, thank you so much, Madam. Look, are you there? You ready?
I'm here.
Yes, Mr. Obe. Hold on.
I'm here.
Madam Luke, are you ready to speak? Madam Luke, yes.
Yes.
Go ahead. You're next.
Okay. I cannot psychoanalyze this matter too much. For one reason,
My
I've been in the
question.
situation.
Yeah,
Can you
you
hear
heard
me?
what my question was, right?
Yes. But why is it that? Repeat it again, just to make sure I understand.
The question is, why is it that when a woman earns so much and she marries out of love, someone that doesn't earn as much as her, she's labeled desperate? Why can't the society accept that she's in love with this person? And I gave an example like Vicky James and Femi. I feel like these two are in love. Why can't we just accept that these two are in love and she's not desperate? So that's the question. And why is it that our men have a hard time adjusting with a woman that earns more than they do?
Okay. For one reason, that's the society, and that is where you find yourself. You cannot change societal opinions on what they need to do. There's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do about that. You can only change your own perception. So when you're asking the reason why the society because of different things that we already know about. We have the traditionalists, you have the misogynists, you have the chauvinists, you even have the women who are self-hating. So there's a lot of things that go into that. You cannot change that perception. There's nothing you can do about that. I can only change my perception, and which that perception I don't have. I have married a man that was ready-made. He put me out of his house, and I married one I had earned more money in, and I put him out of my house too. So either way, it's just the way it is. Now, who are we to question those who are in love and who are desperate? If two people come together and say that's what they want to do, that's their business. But it's easy to tell who the desperate one is and who the one in love is. So this is what I tell women. I will do what anything will do. Put that your love aside and make it a contractual marriage. So go in there, have your kids, do what you need to do, and bounce. So I don't have any problem with that. You become the sperm donor, and you give me your sperm. I get my kids. I put a roof over your head, or give you green card, or whatever the hell it is that you need. At the end of the day, if it's not working, we call it quits. I don't have a problem with that, my lady. I got no problem at all. Thank you.
Madam, look, please. Please, not today.
No, I always like to keep it real.
I
So all
told
this,
you,
like Vicky James at Tere,
Bam.
she can't go wrong. Just have your
Mr.
babies.
Ope,
You
go
need
ahead.
you see, at the end of the day, we all need sperm donors, right? So pick
Oh my
anyone.
God, really?
Thank you.
Hey,
Uh-huh.
Madam, look, Biko.
Uh,
You know how my week, you know what is good. Please, Mr.
uh,
Ope, go ahead.
I think it's obvious that from the study, it shows that 28% of women married partners from a lower class, and it's showing that 56 married within the class, and about 16% married at a higher level. So it's growing every day. I think the reason is most of the time the age stigma and that mindset of a parental brought up that if you are beyond certain age, it's like you're late. So at that point, anxiety starts. You want to try everything, and when they now become economic powerful, they think that they can naturally push and also determine what they want at that point. That is when it becomes so un-African like, at the end of the day. But from the guy's perspective, you notice that some people borrow money to sit on first class for a reason. Yeah, I think guys does it. They borrow stuff. They live a first life. They climb on first class just to have a certain bracket of Homo sapiens to sit with and chat and probably get situated at that level. So at that point, these are desperate guys, and they are the ones that fall into many of these women who are probably age situated. A woman that is less than 25 will not marry somebody lower in his age bracket. Watch it out. It's always the one that are beyond 30, 40 that takes such decisions because of the time. I think that is one of the reasons why some of them fall into a situation that they will begin to regret, or at the end of the day, they can't cope with it when the table turns. I was watching a film before I left home for work this evening, and the guy was a painter, and he was doing well. Rented a house. They were ruling as a family. But soon as the guy business slowed down for him, the woman was a nurse, so she took extra shifts to make up and help the family. It turned the guy to houseboy now. And the guy couldn't just cope with it. At the end of the day, it was fighting, because some women can process the fact that they are not the one cutting the shot at a given point in time, and that becomes a very big challenge for them. So a woman can actually marry somebody that is in a lower class, but make sure you brush him up. Make sure you set him up. Make sure you make him. If you have the money, let there be a situation where he's not just lazing around in the house. He doesn't go out. He just earn his chicken change and he sleep around and all that. Let him be functional. Let him try and you guys talk. You are whole your family. Talk and set him up so that he could measure up. Because many women are ashamed to go out with guys that they kind of want to stay in front of them, not behind them, because or beside them, because they think that and this is my function, this is me, that they know this is that. At the end of the day, the guy becomes so withdrawn. Before you know it, issues upon issues, don't want to go out, don't want to mix up with her co-pairs and all that. So those challenges come into the home and fighting start. So women are not wired to stay on that position of being a frontier, being the eye of the family for a longer time. So if the woman is able to switch the guy into that situation, the marriage will last and the guy will stay put and begin to gain value from the situation. But if the woman wants to continue to lord over him, at a given point in time, she might break because she might not be able to sustain it, even while it is her idea initially. That's the challenge. We human beings, women are multitask, but the man is not. So she can't run from work and come back, come and cook for you, come and do this for you, do that for you. It will begin to conflict at the end of the day. If the man is not doing it, the man becomes the bad one, they become unreasonable, becomes like what he's not wired to do. He's not compelled to do it because it's any less at that point in time. So there's so many maturity that have to play into the situation. They must be able to love themselves and grow out of it and talk themselves into the reality of what they found themselves at that point. That's only when the marriage will work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Jai
Welcome in.
Zola, Jai Ndewo, welcome. It's been a while. Shout out to you. And Boom Boom Ray, jump in here. I need to hear your opinion on this. Uncle Beno, so what is your opinion on this? Why do women why does society have this pressure on women? Like, why can't women just marry who they want to? Even though, yes, if you earn whatever and you want to marry someone below your stand, do what makes you happy. Why does society label them desperate? So, what is your opinion? And do you think Femi and Vicky James are in love?
That question for me?
Yes, yes, Beno, that's
Okay,
you.
so two things. You are asking why are women labeled desperate if they are rich and they marry below
And
them?
why can our men, like I asked Madam Luke, why can our men handle women who are more successful than them?
Who says they can't handle women who are more successful than them?
Did
I
you hear what
disagree with
Mr.
that
Obe
notion.
said? Did you hear what Mr. Obe
No,
just
no,
said?
no, no. Make it clear. I don't understand. Conversation at times it flows.
Mr. Obe said when a okay, this is the thing. This that our men are not wired
Mm.
to not be the one in charge, like to make less. That women tend to abuse their position because they are the high earners. They try to turn the man to a maid, things that he's not supposed, because they are the one in charge financially. And our men cannot put up with that. So that's why they rather not go for women that earn more than they do.
Okay. I think we are mixing a lot of things together here.
Go ahead,
First,
whichever one you understand.
okay, yeah, first, based on the scenario you painted for me right now, it depends on character. For me personally, I don't believe that our men, because they handle, they can't handle the woman because she is richer. If we want to look it in that context, I think it all boils down to who did the woman got married to. Because as I am right now, if I am not a married man and I'm driving Uber and a doctor find me attractive and wanted to get married to me, I will marry her and I'm not going to be intimidated.
Ben,
Reason
don't
being,
use your
I don't
Ben,
believe
please
you, Uncle
don't use
Ben.
yourself as an
Stop.
example.
That's a big lie.
Sissy,
That is a big
Sissy,
fat lie from the pits of
Thank you,
hell.
my sister. I tire.
Stop, stop,
Sissy,
stop,
please,
stop, stop capping. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I can't stop capping.
Sissy, please leave Ben alone. No, Sissy, why are you shocked? He said it before. He said if he was to do this all
When?
like
Sissy,
When?
are you a man? Are you a man? You
I'm not a
remember?
man, but Uncle Ben, I know you long enough on this platform space. That
No,
is a
you
lie.
remember, you guys once told me that we should stick with men, that we don't know how women operate. I'm telling you right now, if I'm driving Uber and a doctor finds me attractive and she's seriously in love with me and she wants to marry me, if I found her attractive and I feel like, okay, I really love her, I will marry her and I will never be intimidated. It's
Okay,
all
and then
about.
if you get married, and
Mhm,
she already lives in a let's say she lives in a million dollar house in Beverly Hills, and you're living in
mhm,
your apartment on your Uber driver salary, right? You're
mhm.
sharing a flat with the guys. Are you going to move into her house?
I will move
Sharing
into her
flats.
house.
Are you
Hold
moving
on.
to her house in Bel Air,
Look,
or she's
This
moving to
is
your
not.
house, your
Sissy,
flats
will you stop cornering him?
in the
Let him
hoods or
speak.
wherever
In
you live?
Beverly.
no, 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 no. It's good. It's good we have this conversation
Yeah, I'm
because
asking.
whether we want to accept it or not, a lot of women we end up marrying men who earn way below them,
Uncle Ben, you didn't answer
even though
my
I don't
question.
support it.
You didn't
No,
answer my
I'm
question.
answering your question. I'm just painting. I'm just. I dey bring a bed
No,
commodity
you
side
didn't
bag.
answer the question. Will you move into
Let
the
me answer
Beverly Hill
it
house?
now. Oh, let me answer it. You need
Okay, I'm so
context. Do we
sorry.
want people to learn or maybe we just cash cruise? I can do cruise if you want that.
We want
The
to
fact
learn.
remains that a lot of women, just mark my word, in the next 10 years, many women will end up marrying guys that aren't way below them. I'm seeing it happening already. I cover weddings all the time. Okay? What matter, based on the question you asked me, if a doctor is living in Beverly Hills and I'm driving Uber, sharing a room with my guys, and I truly feel like, okay, I think I see what I like about this woman. I am not saying, oh, let me marry her because of her money. If I truly like her, if I marry her, I will move into her house. But the thing is this, how long do I want to stay in her house?
How long are you going to stay in a house
Yes.
on your Uber money? Tell me how you're going
Oh,
to change.
Stacy, listen,
No, no,
you
no.
are
But Sissy,
taking.
what
But I
he's
like
saying.
your ambition though.
Can we have hold on, Colonial Master? Can you
Oh,
please turn off your camera, please? This is a no camera section. Could you please turn off your? Thank you, Uncle Ben. I agree with what you said, and that's why I wanted this topic to be had. Whether women agree with it or not, I support what you say 100%. Women are going to end up marrying men that earn a whole less than they do. So go ahead with what you're saying, but you've not answered that question. Will
I
you move
answered the
into
He
question.
said he will
I
move into the
said I will
house.
move into the house.
good
The
man? I
question
like
is,
that. I love
just
that.
just hear me out. The question is, how long do I want to be in that house? That is what we should focus on. Is not moving in or not moving in. When I came to America, I live in my mother-in-law's house. That's where my wife was living. My mother-in-law has 5 bedroom, big house right here in Texas, in Austin, the capital of Texas. Big house. When I got there, for the first 1 month, my head was ringing bell like, really? I'm a Yoruba man. How can I be living in my in-law house? So immediately after a month, I told my wife, I haven't even gotten a job. I told my wife, I'm like, babe, once I find a job, we're just gonna be here latest 3 months. We will move out. We have to go and get our own place. Now, my mother-in-law's house is so super convenient for us. I have 2 kids. My Vicky was just 3 months old when I came. We have a lot of help around the house. All my wife's siblings, everybody there in the house. But should I come from Nigeria to America and say, oh, I'm a coconut head traditional man. Oh, T-baby, you better rent an apartment before I get there. That's not how it works. It all depends on who are you as a man. Even when I wanted to move out of my mother-in-law house, my mother-in-law was like, "This is too early. Ben, you just got a job. Nobody is chasing you people." And I'm like, "Mommy, I appreciate everything you are doing for us. I really, really appreciate you. God bless you. But I just feel like me and my wife, we just need to start doing things our own way." 3 months before the 3 months end, we already out. We moved to a room and parlor apartment. I discussed with my wife. My wife already have her own change before I come. She has always been richer than me in America until I became a nurse and I started doing my own regular Niger boy hustle. So there is nothing to be intimidated about that. If you are a doctor, you want to marry me, you live in Beverly Hills, I will move in with you. But I'm going to check for a few things first. While we were dating, it's not like maybe you meet me today, you are marrying me next week, and I say, hey, doctor, don't come. Oh, let me quickly marry the doctor. That's not how it works. We're going to date, we're going to talk. You, from the moment you meet me, for me personally, I've always been myself. I don't care how rich you are. Where I want to do my coconut, I'll do my coconut. If you no pay you, spark, may we scatter the whole thing. That's just the way it is for me. Because I am not going to say, let me pretend, let me hide this. I'm not hiding shit. You see me, you love me, you want me, that is it. I love you, it's okay. Your money is irrelevant at that point in time. Now, the conversation I will be having with you is, even before we plan the marriage of everything, I'll be asking you, okay, babe, oh, how are we gonna settle? Oh, baby, I have house, this house in Beverly Hills is big. Is it okay? Fine, baby, but I'm a Nigerian man, and where I came from, our tradition really don't respect somebody living in a woman's house. It's degrading. But I love you, and I know we can work things out. So, what are we doing next? What's the plan? What are we gonna do? If she now say, I don't really understand where this conversation is. Why can't we just live in my house? What do you mean? What's the plan? Then I will tell her, oh, well, because it's a house, and right now I still have a lot of things to do, I don't think I can live in your house beyond 1 year. So if she's telling me, no, it's not my house, we are married, my thing is your thing, I'll be like, well, I agree, I appreciate that, but somehow from where I'm coming from, it still don't sound nice. It's gonna make me feel like I'm less of a man. What are we going to do? So we have to come up with something. I don't know if that answer your question, Sissy.
Uncle Ben,
Yeah,
it
that
answers
answered the question.
it answers the question, but you still go back to the default setting of the man having to be in control. Why are you not just confident
Sissy,
in being in that house and living there for the next 30 years, irrespective
Thank
of if
you.
it's a
Yes,
house?
why you not
The
that?
okay,
Why
fact
you
that
not
you want to,
comfortable?
the
Why
fact
do
that
you
you
want
have
to
a,
move
the
into
fact that
what
you're
you
saying,
want?
exactly, the
okay,
fact that you're saying,
Sissy.
oh, I'm going to live with you, but there's this caveat of this time frame, because you want to take back the control that is naturally within you as an African man to be the provider and to still somehow hold on to some kind of control. So you're not genuine, you're there for the love, whatever, but in yourself, you're not going to be comfortable in that house. So I'm saying, if there was not the opportunity, there's not an opportunity to move. You're moving to Beverly Hills, and that's where you're going to be living. She'll be paying the bills. You will always be an Uber driver. She will always be a doctor doing amazingly well. You're not going to get better than that job.
Now,
Are you
no,
going to be
no,
comfortable
Sissy. Now,
being in a
now,
relationship
now.
with her?
Sissy, now I think you are missing the point. Why did you just assume I'm always gonna be a
No,
Uber
I'm
driver
saying
when
that
I'm
is
married to a
because
doctor?
because Uncle Ben, a lot of men don't have that drive and ambition that you do. It's not every man that comes from abroad that has that tenacity to say, you know what, I've got this time frame. Look around. A lot of men that are bought from, or a lot of men in general, if they're in that kind of imbalance of of a financial relationship, a lot of them don't bother to push themselves. Let's even take out financial. Sometimes you meet men, you're in a relationship, and the man is happy doing his 9 to 5, earning his 50K or earning his 70K. He's happy in his job. He'll stay in that job for the next 30 years. He doesn't want to move. The woman will be progressing, going back to uni, getting her master's, getting her PhD. She's like, babe, what are you doing? Oh, I'm happy. You go and do it. You've seen that before, especially when a man immigrates to a country or moves to a country at a certain age. How many men in their 40s or 50s is willing to go back to school, retrain, do a whole new career? They'll just be happy to let the wife do whatever. So that's why I'm saying,
Sissy,
take
you are
yourself
generalizing.
take yourself out of the equation in terms of your outlook for things,
Look,
and put yourself as an average guy coming into that situation. If the wife brought them here, 99% of those men are not going to do more than what they're already doing. That's
Okay,
the
so
truth.
why did you just conclude like that? Why did you
okay, so
conclude
hold on, hold on.
99%?
We have a new person in the panel. I want to hear him. Then we'll come back to you, Uncle Ben, to finish. Then I'll play the next video. Colonial Master, welcome to the show. Could you please unmute?
Yeah, what's up, Adama?
Yes, how you doing?
All right, all right. I'm listening to the to the
Boom, is that you?
yeah.
I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Just give your opinion. Go ahead. Give your opinion. Go ahead.
All right, so I'm listening to the conversation, and I think Cece, you're making a lot of generalizations, okay? And I'm not trying to impugn on your lived experience, on what you know or what you've seen, but I think if let's say for example, okay, let's say for example the woman earns $30 million a year. There's That's like a percentage of the Earth's population that earn that amount. And even if she found a guy that was a doctor, let's say he did all these things you're saying. He went to school, he graduated, he's a surgeon. How many surgeons would reasonably earn that much money in a year? So if she takes in, when I say taking, I mean like in a relationship, right? She takes to a man like that, and then she's like, you can live in my house. Are you then going to turn around and try to look at that guy like he's a loser? Because for all intents and purposes, he's in the same position as the Uber driver. So the Uber driver is not making $30 million like her, or we can say $20 million. But now she's really respectable, quote unquote, respectable guy, earning way more than a lot of people, up in status than a lot of people, but still not earning as, let's pretend she's a Hollywood star. So I'm saying in essence, all of that doesn't matter. And I'm saying it because I've seen it happen over time where the woman earns significantly higher than a man. And I personally, I think with you, and again, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think your issue is in terms of submissiveness. And if you are not a man, as speaking as a man, if you are not a person that has an ego problem, I think, at least this is how I approach relationships. I always hope, or I always do things to make sure my partner improves in life. And if that also includes her achieving more than me financially, then so be it. But I think in the end, it's all about, do you love this person enough for that? I don't think you want to go into a relationship and be combative and be, oh, they want to take the power back. He wants to take the power back. And then, but she has to take the power. I think you go in a relationship, you love the person, you have empathy for them, you go in knowing that you're one. I don't think it's something you guys have to come and loggerheads at. Like someone rightfully said, as the future moves on, more women are going to out earn men. Now, you could chalk it up to laziness, you could chalk it up to lack of ambition, I don't know. But women are actually stepping up and out achieving men today in different aspects of life: education, business, finance. So, what do you want those women to do? And this is what you listen to a lot of red pill guys, right? This is the problem they have. When they speak about women, successful women, and actually successful in terms of, say, education and finance again. The problem a lot of this red pill community have is that when women achieve a certain status or position in life or in society, a lot of them tend to try to suppress the men that come into their lives. Now, this hasn't been my experience, but this has been what I've heard a lot of commentators You go on the internet, you hear
So could you elaborate on that word when you say suppress? Suppress in what way? Could you just give
well
highlights? Like, what do you mean suppress? I want to
suppress
understand.
like what we've been listening to. Okay,
Mm.
like saying, oh, now who's gonna do like the chores in the house, for example? Who's in charge? Who you want to take the power back? Who has to be on top and who has to be in the bottom? Regardless of everything, there got to be some level of submissiveness from both parties, meaning they not just the woman, but both of them have to be agreeable in the ways they approach the relationship. So you don't go in there thinking, well, I'll earn them, so I'm going to be combative. If you don't like the person, then don't marry them. Men for centuries have always been marrying down. This is the truth. This is the first time in history where women now have been forced to marry down. For eons, men have been forced. You see a king. We hear these stories every day. We see Hollywood stories about them. We read books about them, storybooks. And the man is a king, and he decides to go after what's her name, Cinderella, a pauper. We see it all the time. You see Jackie Onassis, Anastasia Onassis. He goes way below. So men have always been doing it. I don't think, and I understand maybe looking at it from the African perspective, people are not getting it. But I'll say something. If someone like, and maybe this might not be a good example, but if someone like Halle Berry was to wait until she found someone at her level to come to her, she would have never been married. Now, again, like I said, it might not be a good example because she's been married, what, 3, 4 times? But you know how many men, even at her level, will be intimidated to go next to her? But she had to come down, be realistic. Like she wants love, she wants a partner. She had to come down more than once. So I really don't think it's a big deal if your partner is doing better than you, even in fact, significantly better than you. But there are other things more important in a marriage than money. Money is important, yeah, because we live in a capitalistic world. But I think love, whatever you want to describe that as, trumps all of that. I don't think money should be like the be all and end all of being in a relationship. It's important, yeah, but I guess to each his own values and requirements and needs.
Okay, thank you about that, Boom Boom Ray. AY, welcome to the show. I don't know if you've been listening. Do you know what?
Yeah, I've been listening.
Okay, so what is your opinion about what we are talking about? Welcome.
Um, Good evening, everyone. Um, yeah, I'm going to start from where Colonial Master stopped. So he made some very valid points, right? Who was the speaker before Colonial Master?
The speaker before was the elegant beauty
Oh,
with
it's not
braids,
here. No, no, no,
team.
no. The immediate speaker before,
Which
before
one?
him,
Which
before
one? Yeah, are you talking about
Bumbure.
Ben?
Maybe I don't know. The person that was say he will move it to the woman's house for 1 year and leave
It's
the
Ben
man.
now. It's nobody else
Oh,
but
it's
Ben.
Ben?
Yes, it's
Okay,
Ben.
okay.
Ben, please
Yeah.
identify yourself. Is it you that said you're moving?
Yes, I said I'll move in.
Yeah. I kind of love Ben's position on he was very honest. Some of the things I wanted to point out from what he was saying, he said that um he's gonna move in, then he's gonna make a plan and move out. I think that is doable, right? For me, since it kind of like coming from the point of I don't know if she's a real feminist because I'm reading her comment. They are not too it seems she doesn't understand who a man is actually, to be honest. You
Sissy
see,
is not a feminist, my brother. She's just a
oh, she sound
realist.
like one. She sound
I'm
like
a
one.
feminist.
Yeah, she is.
Again, Uncle
So,
Ben, you're
so,
confusing the two
so,
things. You
so,
think
You
I'm
know,
a
so,
Ben,
misandrist.
Ben, don't
so,
explain Cece. She can explain herself. She's here.
exactly.
Okay.
He
Thank
thinks
No,
I'm a
no,
you.
no, no.
misandrist, and I'm
I'm
not.
sorry, my
I'm a
brother. The
feminist.
reason
I'm
I say that,
100% a
the reason
feminist.
I say that is because in Africa, I mean, in Nigeria context, when you call somebody feminist, we are still talking about the negative feminist, not in terms of equity and things like that. That's why I say Sisi is not a feminist. But if we are talking in terms of equity for everybody, then I agree Sisi is a feminist.
Majority of them are negative feminists. If you are in line with Chimamanda feminism, Chimamanda, she's a positive feminist. It makes sense. She make a lot of sense to me. Maybe I'm also a feminist along with Chimamanda, but not the negative feminists that think they are at war with men.
I'm
That's where I
sorry.
begin to have
I'm
problem.
so sorry. I think we need to start correcting this notion. Those are not feminists, those are misandrists.
Thank
Thank
Okay,
you.
I
you.
love that.
I
Thank
said
That's
that
good.
already, but you didn't hear because you thinking I'm a feminist. But it's
Okay,
okay.
okay, no problem. Thank you. So I that
Please,
this is gonna be interesting. So
please, please. Okay, can I say something? Let's just
okay,
calm. Let me,
okay.
please. Eh?
We are learning from each other. We are learning.
When they go say make una dey go school, I no go agree.
We are learning. So let me say this, right? So Ben position, I understand his position, right? But for me, to be honest, there is no reason on earth. Even if I'm married to Wifre Opera, I'm not gonna move to her house. So people are kind of different on that part. Like if I cannot provide a place for you, we can't manage environment where I live, then you are not for me. I'm not gonna move to a woman's house for any reason. I pray I don't get into that difficulty of I want to make that decision. It's not because um I want to have control of my environment because the honest truth
Oh, no,
is,
no, no, no. Stop right there,
hold on,
please. Anyway, hold on. Anyway, stop
let
right
me
there.
finish.
What? Hold
Let me
on. I
finish.
want you to listen. We have people listening to us. I
Okay.
want you to explain what is wrong with moving into a woman's house.
Yeah, that is where I'm going. Let me
Let's have it.
finish now.
Let's have
Let
it.
me
Let's
finish.
have it.
So you see, I respected Ben's position, right? I understand where his line of thought, but people are different, right? So we one thing women we must understand is men. God has chosen men to be leaders of the of their various homes. Either you like it or not, this is the truth. So I think is coming from Africa, from what's it called, from religion and cultural perspective. I hold that very strongly. I feel men should be provider to women, should protect women. However, the environment where we live, most of us we live in diaspora, is kind of different, right? Where you have situation where it's quite difficult for one person to be paying all the bills. If you can pay the bill, if I can pay the bill, I will still hold on to my values. But we understand the difficulties abroad. So if the woman choose to work to support the home, that's also very nice. Like Bubumre rightly said, I don't think money should define love. Money should define who you are with. What if there is no money tomorrow? Are you also gonna move out? So if you get into a relationship or get into any kind of love based on what you will gain, I think it's problematic to me. Um, I also want to correct this, right? Most women actually have this belief that men are intimidated by women that are any more than them. To be honest, it's not correct. It's not correct. It's gonna be difficult to prove, but I think if a man loves you, you respect him, he respects you, he's not gonna really care about how much you make. As long as you are not coming up with that money, like using that to bully him. Oh, you are nothing. I'm the one taking care of stuff like that. So I think that's where the problem, start like showing up. The man will be frustrated, those kind of stuff. But ordinarily, I can tell you, majority of the men, just like Mr. Ben said, even if they are driving Uber, they will not really care. Like there is a point, Sisi also said, I wanted to address that some men, they will get married to these established women, they will go asleep, they will be comfortable. That is also very true. So that is also problematic for a man that will do that. I usually say this: you must be ready to also accept whatever comes your way, because you are not going to get it for free. If you want to sleep, if you want to sleep and you want to just relax and want the woman to take care of you, I tell you, 99.9% of the time, a lot will come your way. All the disrespect, you must be ready to take them in, because I heard when you guys were discussing Vicky James earlier, where somebody was saying, "Oh, the man took advantage of the opportunity to get himself better. To now he's any better." That's good. That's the smart man. If you marry to a woman that is any more than you, or in any kind of advantage position, I think that is when you should wake up as a man, take advantage of that opportunity. If you want to do business, maybe she's rich. Yeah, you can borrow some money, establish yourself so that you are able to take care of your family. That's the way I see it. I don't think is there is any problem marry a woman that is any more than you, that is richer than you. I think for the men is when the man will go and relax, thinking like, oh, the woman is gonna do everything for me or for the family. I think that's problematic. So that's where I just wanted to come in. But
Okay. And why I have a pushback in what you just said. And I like that you said that our men are not intimidated by women who are successful, who are go getters, who are achievers. And I agree with you, because guess what? Our men are hardworking. And if you've heard my voice in any of this platform that I speak, I'm of the belief that, yes, society has programmed our culture, the African culture has programmed our men to take care of the women, the family, and everything in general. Quite frankly, in my personal opinion, that's wrong. Because you know why I say it's wrong? If a woman is able and is capable to get up and go to work and help her husband support the family, both of you coming together, because I believe two heads are better than one. But what do I know? Our men, with their masculinity and everything, they like being in charge. They like overworking themselves, which do you, whatever makes you happy. I don't have a problem with it. But at the same time, this is why I came up with this topic. A lot of our men are overworked. And two,
right,
when a man
right.
is rich, a man can go marry a woman that has no background, nothing. And society will
Mhm.
celebrate it and say, oh, he's so in love. And he will pour so much into that woman for her to be successful and whatever. But
Dr.
when a
Adama,
woman
sorry,
does
Dr.
it,
Adama, sorry.
yes.
Oh. When you say our men are overworked, is it a bad thing for a man to be overworking?
Let me tell you, when I say our men are overworked, okay? There's a difference between work to live and not live to work.
Mm.
When in this diaspora, our men are working to survive. They're not like, they don't have the balance of taking care of themselves and working. They're trying to keep up with what is not keeping up with them. It's because of pressure, family pressure. They have things they have
Mm.
to do. Okay. And you have women who are so entitled, who feels, oh, my man is supposed to give me this, do that, and my own income, I'm supposed to do whatever I want with it. Make it make sense. It doesn't make sense to me. But at the end of the day, everyone should do what works for them. But this is what I'm here to say with what AY said. When AY said, our men are not intimidated, this is what the pushback I have with what he said. If you are not intimidated by a woman that earns more than you do, why should you have a problem moving into her own space? And at the end of the day, you love this person, And if nothing about her intimidates you and you are into her, she's into you, why does the space define you being in control? At the end of the day, it's a space. It is a space. Of course, she lives in a luxury place, and you probably don't live somewhere that is. But no, not
Sorry, sorry,
everywhere.
my
It's true
brother.
now. It's true now.
Dr.
It's a
Adama,
space.
Dr. Adama, Dr.
No, no, Ada,
Adama.
you know why I'm laughing?
We won't go
Since
this route to we won't go this route, Dr. Adama, because I have a question for you in particular now. If you don't mind, I will ask you.
So long as you don't personalize that question, Ben, I'm not going to answer it because this show
No,
is
no,
not
no, no. It's a, no,
Adama's
no, 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 no.
personal life.
You no, you are the host and you are the one directing the conversation, and we are
Mm-hmm.
here to learn. And
Mm-hmm.
all I've been hearing so far is our women telling us men what we are doing wrong. Why do we make this decision or that? So that's why I wanted to ask you.
Okay,
You
what
are
is the
blessed
question?
if you have a son who is a graduate and he's working and maybe he's making like, let's say he's making 150K in a year, and now he's going to marry a woman who is maybe a superstar, an entertainer, or maybe an actor or actress, and that woman is way richer than him. So do you have problem for your son moving into a house and live permanently for life? Is that okay with you for your son to move into that woman house and
And
live there
stay there.
forever? Say it's
O-
okay.
Okay, so you're going to let me answer the question, and you don't have to like
Yes.
my answer. And at the end of the day, why we come here to have this conversation? We need to keep an open mind. Yes, if my son wants to go and live there permanently, and that's what makes him happy, there's one thing we need to understand.
Okay,
As
fine.
grown adults, I can't get to tell my son how to live his life. Yes, I birthed him and everything, but if living at the his fiance's or wife house is what is best for both of them, why should I have a problem with it? Of course, I'll support him. Matter of fact, I'll be showing up with my delicacy, making sure they're okay, and supports them. At least
I-
this is what matters to me: is their happiness. Where they live,
Okay, and it doesn't matter if maybe you go to Nigeria or you find yourself in Nigeria environment and they say, aha, see that one, no? His son na mumu, na the woman where his
no,
son marry,
and
now they feed
that's
them.
why,
Oh. Do you have
Ben, I'm
problem with
glad you
that?
asked that question. Ben, if you know me on a personal level, which you do, I don't care what anyone
Okay,
says.
and
I
that
don't.
is you. But to some of us, we are worried as a
And
man.
guess what? And that's why we are where we are. Because guess what? If you allow people to dictate how you live your life, you're never going to live. You're not going to live for you. You're going to live for other people. And that's not how I
No,
want to live my life
we
or
are
raise my
trying to
children.
be a man. God did not create man to be the one that is following his wife up and down like mumu.
Uncle Ben.
That the
You
wife
know
has
Thank you
to
what?
for
be the
saying
one
Ben,
that.
dominating
Sissy,
him.
go ahead,
Just
talk,
No,
and I'll
answered
let him come in,
he
please.
no.
just answered my question. He just said what I've been saying already from the beginning. Men will always be, no matter how you try to sugarcoat it, it is not in the DNA of an African man. That's why I said specifically African context, African society. You guys are not wired. You will say, oh, let me meet this millionaire. I'm driving my Uber. She loved me. I love her. I'll move into a house, but I will move out after 1 year. But I want to be a man. But she needs to move to my place. But I need to be in control. But there'll be some of these things that she needs to do to be making sure that I'm understanding that she's submissive in
CC,
her role. Uncle
CC,
Ben,
is
you
you
just
guys are not
you proved
getting. You guys are
I'm
contradicting
getting
yourself.
you.
Oh
But
no,
I'm
you are
No,
saying
we're
contradicting
not
yourself.
contradicting. Ben, this is what I
Let
I'm
want.
me
not
explain real
contradicting.
quick, and I will yield. Let me explain real quick, and I
Go
will
on.
yield.
Ben,
On the one hand, you ladies on this platform, you say, oh, why can a man be lazy? He's sitting on his ass. He's sitting in the wife is doing everything. He's just relaxed. On the other hand, you are saying the man should move in. There is no problem. Then, if that's the case, let me marry my millionaire
Uncle Ben,
wife.
have
I
you
don't
ever
need to
heard me
work.
say
What
that?
are you people
Have I ever
saying?
said that? I'm just saying that if a man is truly comfortable and he doesn't have a problem with a woman earning more than him, if you meet a woman that's earned significant more than you as the man that said that, it's okay. You shouldn't have this feeling that you need to move out. You shouldn't have the feeling that you need to be the man, because you should be comfortable in that situation. But the reason
Okay,
that you're
then
not
you ladies shouldn't be
comfortable,
you
Sissy,
ladies
that's
shouldn't
Sissy,
have a
No,
problem
but you guys
if I
know,
allow her
Sissy,
to
you're not
no,
talk.
but
getting me.
AY and Ben, listen to this
let
question.
You're
let
not getting me.
Listen,
You're
you're
not
not getting what
getting me.
Sissy is taking. This
Because
is our question.
ultimately everything that you're saying still goes back to the societal, I mean, to the patriarchal mindset that we already have in the
Control. It
society,
goes back to
that a
being
man
in
should
control.
provide.
Yes, and I'm asking the question: why does the space matter? If you want us to get to our own space, okay,
see.
listen. I
Let
want
me
you
say
to
this.
hold
Let
on.
me quickly say this, so somebody else can come in. See, this thing we are discussing is kind of subjective. There are men that don't actually have problem with what CC is saying, but majority of the African men, they will have problem with that, except the lazy ones. Trust
So,
me.
and
They
I'm
don't like
saying, why would you label them lazy? Because they are okay
That's
with
what I'm
it.
saying.
because
Why would you label them
because
lazy? Because
hold
they're
on.
okay with
Let
it.
me
Because they're
answer
not
it.
in
Let
their
me
ego,
answer
they
it.
feel like you and Ben.
Let me
Let's be
aside.
realistic.
Let me aside. The mind of a typical African man. We are trained to provide for our family, so we want to be in that role of providing, of helping our family. Right? The woman can support in a way, but that is our responsibility. We don't want our women to be stressed. We want them to relax. We
The
give
woman is not
them.
stressed. She's earning more than you.
We
It's
take good
not
care of
stressed.
them, like CCO, clearly, probably she's in the UK, maybe she was born there. Ada, I know, I think she's American and
No,
Nigerian.
I'm British.
So,
Don't even start.
I'm
so
Ugandan.
the thing,
I,
the thing is, look, it
They
depends
are
on.
westernized. They are westernized women.
wait, hold on. Eh? Ben, what do you normally call me? What do you call me?
Uncle
NG
Ben,
what? What is that your definition? African, Americanized African, you know what? But this is what I want us to realize. Let's have an honest conversation here. And at the end of the day, our men need to tone down their ego, and it has nothing. True love. I believe in true love. Adama here believes in
true.
true love.
That's
The
good.
true love has nothing to do with the space you both share. If you
Okay.
see this person and you say, I'm into you, you're into me, and you say, just let me go with your narrative, AY and Ben, and you say, okay, after a while, honey, let's move into the place I want us to move into. And I say, okay, if you want us to move into that place, you're going to assume this payments and everything. Ben and AY, can you afford where that woman picks? And you both will pick it and you say, oh, and she picks somewhere that is 2.5 million, and Ben, you're still Uber driving, will you be able to afford
Why
it?
would you think I would be Uber
AY
driving?
said Oprah
Wait,
is
why?
gonna move into his house.
Why do you
I
think
said,
I would be Uber driving when I am
Mike,
married to a woman who is rich? Why do you think I will be Uber driving for 1 year? Why do you guys just stick to that? That oh,
That's
right.
the
because
reality
he's
for a lot
Uber
of
driver,
people,
he
Uncle
will
Ben.
remain
I
Uber
said that
driver.
before.
Why?
But
Okay,
That's
all
the
right.
reality for a
So
lot of people.
okay, since that's the way, Ada, don't worry, Ada. When I'm ready for my second one, I will just contact you, so you link me up with somebody that will be take care of me. Period.
Yes, so me too, me too.
Yeah.
I go leave the one where I marry now, marry the one where rich.
No, me, I'm doing. You do multiple. You're African man. You don't have to marry another.
this is the
Drag this
president
one.
of polygamy
Dr.
speaking,
A,
and
all
his
this
name is
proves,
AY.
Dr. A, all this proves is the men in our society, they say they want something, but they're not ready for that thing that they say they want. So you
Yes.
just proved what I've said from the beginning. Men are not willing, African men are not willing. They're not yet at that level where they're willing to relinquish that. It's like a Western, I know, I have a colleague, her husband used to be, her husband is all these warehouse workers. She's a marketing executive, right? She out earns this guy by hundreds of thousands of pounds. He's only doing warehouse driver. They love each other, they've been together, yada yada yada. They have kids. She decided that, honey, you're not making that much money. I don't want to put the kids in childcare because childcare here is really expensive. He wants to become a house husband. That man packed up his job. Until today, he stays home, he looks after the children. They don't have any problem in their relationship. For people looking on the outside, looking
Yeah,
in.
Sissy, it works for some
And he's
people.
happy
Like
with
truly,
that.
it works for
But
some
I'm saying
people.
that would not happen with the African man because you guys, your ego will not allow you to do that.
It's not really
Can
easy.
I
Not really
please say
easy.
can I please
I will.
say
Let
something?
me
Yes,
tell
Abby,
you,
say
I will
something.
not
I'll
do
have
that.
Chim say. Abby, go ahead, come in. I'll have Chim talk
Okay,
after
so I
that.
want to say 2 things first. The issue with this thing, alongside what Sissy is saying about the housing situation, is that every little thing as well could get the man upset. People don't understand that what a lot of women will have to do is walk on eggshells. We see this all the time. Now, every single thing that a woman would say is rude because somebody had mentioned that whole thing of it depends on how you talk to a man.
Yeah,
Blah, blah, blah.
absolutely.
I'm so sorry to say, but the day I say, please help me pass this thing, it's now become a case of, is it because you're feeding me? Bro,
Yes, that is true. Abby.
Abby, God bless you for that comment.
No, she's
bro,
right.
I literally
She's
said,
right.
please pass it to me. If you were any more than me, would it be an issue? But all of a sudden,
That's what I
because
said.
I'm
That
very
is what we
small,
are still saying.
why
That
But
are
is
I
you
what
don't
you
I
guys
don't
are not
feel
Why do
like
accepting.
you
That
guys read meaning into everything?
you
So
see,
hold on.
the
I
exactly.
promise you would have to walk on eggshells. And
See,
If you're
I don't
not
have
let
time
me
for
let
such
me
if
even
you're not
say
there,
this.
My
if you're not
second
Okay, so
there,
can we wait? Can we wait? We have people that have not spoken. Chim needs to
sorry,
Okay,
speak.
my
Chim, go
second
because
ahead,
you
point.
people
Chim.
are
I have
scattering the whole thing now. Una the
I
piss
have
us of
two
una the
points.
trigger us.
Abby, finish what you're saying, then Chim will come in.
But the point is,
All this is when they talk. Make una no say the thing no they work like that. Okay.
Dr. Dama, but you get what I'm saying. And that's what
Okay, God
happens.
bless
And
you.
I said it before in a previous live stream somewhere, I don't know, where I said a lot of times someone is not humble just because they are rich or because they have certain things going for themselves. All of a sudden, they're not humble. But the thing is, in your mind, you've already put them in a position where now because you get better things. For those that don't understand that, it's because you're in a certain position. That's why you're like this. Meanwhile, the whole time you're just speaking from a place of envy. My second point is I do have a family member, actually, Sissy. They are Nigerian, yes. Her husband is from Port Harcourt and she's from Delta State because she's my mom's side. And she's a general practitioner. She has her own practice. And her husband, they've decided that that's the best way to go for childcare and stuff. And especially because my nephew is playing, is a professional Formula One, whatever. So they've decided that he also has to be homeschooled and a couple other things. So her husband has indeed retired and is now a house husband. And it works perfectly for them, especially with the career that their son is pursuing. So, and one thing I'm going to say about this, my uncle, is that every time I think of what I believe is an ideal husband, I think about him and I think about my dad, just because of the way he handles things, the way he is, even with us, the extended family. So I just wanted to say that my uncle is an
amazing.
exception with a Nigerian man. He is a Nigerian man that was born and raised in Nigeria and came here for university and has lived here since then. So it can work even in Nigerian settings, but it's very rare because I do believe that this my uncle is an exception. So just
And
say
every exception is
Thank
not the
you.
rule.
Thank you.
That's
Thank
just
you,
what it
Abby.
is.
Yeah.
Even me, I want to be a house husband. If you see anybody
No,
that
don't
has
mind,
a
please. Don't mind him.
Can
Really?
I quickly do one pushback? Just one quick pushback to
Go on.
Abby.
What's your pushback?
Abby, would
Sissy
you
angry.
Abby, would you marry a man to move into your house and live with
Uncle
you
Benno,
forever?
you know my answer before you finish your question.
What is your
Why are you
answer?
asking
My
that
answer is
question? Ben, you
absolutely
know the
no.
answer. Stop being like this, please.
Capital no.
Let her answer
But we're
now.
not the ones here pretending that it's going to be okay with us. You men are the ones pretending it's okay with you.
Uncle
That's the
Benno, you
This
know me
this
thing.
now. My answer is no.
this
I will
lady are
never,
just
ever,
turning the whole
ever.
thing around. They are turning it around. Shifting go post all the time. Are you
We're
people
not
go
the
keep
ones that
her?
are complaining. We've always sat on this table of a man is supposed to provide. I
The,
said, if there's
o-
anything
the,
in the
the, the only
patriarchy
way
I
the only way
support
we
is
can
that
understand that
let
this
them
thing is
provide.
impossible is when a man become broke after
yeah.
he got the whole house. What happens to the woman attitude? That is when we
Oh
know that this
yeah.
thing is almost impossible
Even
because once a man provide again
Okay,
for the
okay.
home,
All
Obe,
right,
he
so
automatically
okay,
loses his
hold on.
even
respect
the women,
Yes, hold
even the
on. I'm going
women
to open it.
speaking
I'm going to
here
open the
right
floor,
now.
please. Please wait.
automatically.
That
Okay.
is not true. I disagree. I think that what happens is that men perceive everything as bad attitude all of a sudden. Your pride,
No, we are talking from experience. So
I'm
No,
not
which
saying yes,
experience? Now,
your
what
pride
bad
will not
experience?
allow you
You can't
take
use to
little
paint
things.
everything now, please. Okay, Chim, come in. Chim has been patient. Chim, come in, please.
Okay, thank you. So I've heard what everybody said, but can I ask for you to give me a bit of context? I know where we left off the last time
Okay, this
was
is the question. This is the question we are asking. Ben, let's use Ben analogy and his experience. You know, Ben has an experience with dating doctor and driving Uber.
is that the
Okay.
context you're giving me?
He said,
Is that the context? I don't get that.
yes, now hold on. Let me, I'm trying to explain it to you. He said
Okay.
if he's an Uber driver and he meets
Mm-hmm.
a doctor that is in love with him,
Mm-hmm.
that he will move into the doctor's house. But as a Nigerian man, he's not going to stay there for too long, which made AY and Boom Boom Ray to come in, Colonel Master to come in and say, it's not in African men DNA to move in into a woman's house that earns more than them. So that's where we are.
Okay. Well, and if I could reverse a lot of things right now in my life, I would. That's the honest truth. And I don't subscribe to this whole African. I get the perspective, but I don't subscribe to it. The thing is, we've been conformed and to certain social norms, the way we want things to be done. There's nothing there's nothing wrong with it. I would have loved to mention a couple of names, but for the sake of people's privacy, I would avoid doing that. But I do know of a certain, he's late now, certain guy who used to be the managing director of the bank and became the chairman of the same bank. That bank has been sold to another institution today back home in Nigeria. And this guy literally came from nothing. The spouse is the one who comes from a wealthier home, but he also worked hard eventually. I think much of everything has to do with people's mindset, your worldview. So all of us were all speaking from our worldviews. I know, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that your worldview is your worldview. You've been formed by it, and you're going to live by it, and that's going to inform the way you see everything. Personally, I do not think there is anything wrong if you are the Uber driver and your spouse or woman is the Secretary of State. Let me put it that way. I know it's not. It might not happen. I'm overstretching the situation, but I guess we all understand where I'm coming from. I don't think there's anything wrong in that. And if you're humble enough to say, and the only thing that will even make it work is if both of you genuinely and germanely there is that word love in it. Yes, one of the ways to test female love, like somebody just mentioned, is if the guy, when the man loses his job, what's your attitude? Or when in a situation we need you to step in and bridge the gap. The truth is, a lot of women have failed in that. And this has informed the way certain African men now say, you know what, let me just go and be the provider. You understand? And I would never, in any situation, want to accept the other person's money, because a lot of people over time have proven that the moment the so-called alpha males resources are no longer flowing as should be, then you start seeing what we proverbially refer to as their true color. But
Okay, so can I?
yours,
Okay. Can you stay right there? When you say true
yes.
color,
Mhm.
are you saying what is the percentage you put on women?
I don't have a percentage, so I'll be honest about that. I
Okay,
don't.
so when we say women show their true colors, are you saying that there are not women that stay with the
I'm
men?
still coming. I'm still coming. I'm
All
still
right, go
coming.
ahead.
Yeah. So, like I said, there's always exceptions to everything. But the general norm, that to the extent that movie makers in Africa and across a lot of places have used those kinds of storylines to make movies. You see it where, oh, this guy, things are working for him, he's providing, he's slaving, he's breaking his back, he's doing everything he should do as the man and all that. And then suddenly his business goes south. He loses his job. Then you start hearing, lazy man, what are you here for? You can't even provide. A lot of cases where women cheat that we know, it's been because the man was not able to provide. And then they suddenly find this guy somewhere who's able to throw some wad of money around them. And then that leads to it. It's proven. It's happening. It occurs in our society on a daily basis. But that being said, I've also seen, what I'm telling you are not things I heard. These are things I have experienced. I've also seen situations where the guy loses his job or his business goes south and the woman steps in, bridges the gap effectively. People don't even know anything is happening. There have been cases of where the man is a breadwinner and everything, suddenly can't pay his children's school fees anymore. They know he's willing
Well,
to
why is it
provide.
that when you came to saying that part, your voice dropped? You didn't speak up louder.
Which parts exactly did
When
my
you
voice
say
drop?
when the woman stepped in, your voice kind of
Doctor, hey,
Okay,
this is not diagnosis now.
no, don't worry, it's okay. So, but she steps in effectively, and in some instances, or in fact, in a lot of instances, you will see this person trying to manage the ego of the man. How? Rather than give those children the school fees money directly by herself, she will route it through the man. She does those things to let him know, I got you. We're here, we're a team. There are many cases. I'm not going to say, I won't say 10. There are countless cases where these things happen. I have experienced it myself. So the thing is, I think it has to do with people's worldview. A lot of the times also how you start a thing is also critical. So you find that when people really start something in a collaborative way, it's going to be difficult for it to suddenly start going, going south or going in a but the moment the way they start this thing is on an equal perspective where somebody feels I'm above this. Sometimes some women also are trying to do a payback. It's a payback. Maybe you feel when this guy was the albeit has spoken to me in a certain suddenly the moment they're in a pole position, the table, by the way, tables turn all the time. Tables turn both from the female to the guy, from the guy to the female. It does all the time. So I think I don't believe in this whole concept of African men or not African. I've read myself of that perspective to life. I don't go by that narrative, but I understand it. I understand it. I'm not in denial of it. I appreciate it. I understand it. My submission is simple. I think it has more to do with people's perspective to life. If you're raised in an environment where you've seen your parents collaborate when one person is not able to provide, the other person steps in effectively, does it, carries the family, knowing fully well that this is us. It is not a him versus me. It is not his money versus my money. Once those things are the way it starts, then some of this conversation we're having will go exactly the natural way we each ought to, or how we perceive it always goes. And that is, if when she has it now, after I'm the one feeding you and all that will start happening. But where from the onset you couldn't separate things properly, this person, there's this joint collaborative tendency in everything they're doing. That ego won't be there. It won't be there. It's only there when, like I said, the conditions from the onset have not been very well defined. So people begin to say, okay, it's my stuff versus her stuff and all that. So, but I think yours truly, I'm not sure I will be afraid or ashamed to do if you have somebody who is able to, earns more than you. Why should I bother myself about that? For what reason? It's only if somebody is going to make my life miserable by reminding me that then at that point, yes, there's an issue. So I don't know if I've been able to in any way contribute to this, but that's my perspective.
Dr. A, can I come in with something quickly?
Yes, hold on. Before you come in,
Yeah.
I want to acknowledge this person that came in the studio. He's not someone that comes out all the time, and he knows himself. So I'm honored to have him here. Ed, welcome to the show. You're going to speak. So just be patient with me. Thank you for showing up. And I know with your busy schedule and stuff like that, but I really appreciate you for showing up. Go ahead, Sisi. What is your pushback? Then I can have Ed speak. And I have another video to play that will have us thinking. And this is an interview that was done in the street of Lagos, so that we can see how men think and what people's views and opinion are about earners and people. Go ahead, Sisi. What do you want to
Okay, it's
say?
not really a pushback. It's just like another angle that we should consider. So
Okay,
we've
go
been
ahead.
talking about it, looking at it, excuse me, looking at it kind of one-dimensionally, like, oh, I can marry somebody who earns more than me, you know, I'm trying to change these societal shifts. And, you know, one or two, like Chim said, you know, he's not thinking like that, but the majority of African men are still not on that page. So for the men that are saying, okay, I can be with a woman, Uncle Ben, you know, I'll be driving Uber and my wife will be like a millionaire or whatever, in terms of the practicality of that, how are you managing that relationship? Because I've been in a relationship where I haven't dated a guy because I already know that the guy doesn't earn in my salary range, one. And I already know the lifestyle that I have, the things that I already can buy for myself, the kind of standard of life that I have already. I'm not willing to compromise on that. So if I'm going to give a guy a chance, maybe who's earning less than me, or let's say, I'm just putting this just to say, somebody who's working in McDonald's, if I'm a professional that I am, and the person is working in McDonald's, I already know he earns a certain salary bracket. Okay. So if I'm already a 6-figure earner, I'm able to buy myself designer, I'm able to go on nice holidays with my friends, I eat at really good restaurants. The two of us dating because we love each other, the practicality of that and the reality of that relationship, how is it working? Am I going to now have to forfeit my nice eating out, my nice dining outings? Am I going to have to forfeit my trips? Am I going to have to forfeit buy myself designer clothes because my man can't afford to? So how does that work in practicality when people say, oh, I love this person, I will marry the person, but the person out earns you? Somebody is going to have to bend in terms of the things that they're used to accommodate the other person. And 100% resentment will start to set in. Because you can't tell me somebody that lives in let's say, we're just using this fictitiously, lives in a nice neighborhood in Bel Air, is going to accommodate moving to an area that to make her man feel like a man, right? Or if I want to go
It's
on a
going to move
holiday,
it's going to move to Brooklyn.
wherever, right? Two-bedroom flat, or
Not in Brooklyn.
two-bedroom apartment.
Or Queens.
He'll do it because
Oh, Queens, New York.
Adam, the
But
doctor
sorry,
said
but sorry, Adama.
she will
Sorry,
do it because she loves him. But the
sorry, sorry.
reality of her being comfortable in that living situation in the long term, okay, she
You
might
step him
compromise.
up.
Hold
You
on.
step him up.
Okay,
No,
sorry.
See, sorry, this actually happened
this
to
is
me
the
last
problem.
year. This actually happened to me last year. The guy that I dated for 1 year last year, I found myself having to cancel a lot of my plans in just because I almost felt like he can't afford it and I was pushing for something he could not afford.
Sorry, but there's something we're missing here, if you don't mind. Sorry, I don't intend to
So
cut
I
in.
don't know how you, sorry, I don't know how you want me to push him. So you want me to want to go to Jamaica and pay for two? Because I don't know how
every single time, because you can't
Sorry,
afford it.
guys. Sorry, hold on. There are two things. There's a couple
I
of things
thought
we're
you
missing
guys
here.
said no problem, woman can take care of the man.
No, that's
AY,
not
can I,
What's
can
going
I,
on?
can I,
Unless
I'm
you,
confused.
no, please, NY, please,
Can I-
NY.
can I
You not
quickly-
say
can I
anything here.
quickly
You are
chime
there.
in?
No,
I'm
you not
saying.
say anything unless I call your name.
Sorry, can
Uh-huh.
I
Okay,
quickly chime
boss.
in?
Okay,
please?
sorry, boss.
Can I just finish
Sorry.
what I'm saying? Right? So to me, I feel like in theory, a lot of this, oh, I love this person, I love this person. They feel like the financial gap is irrelevant when really in practice it will cause a massive problem, because at the end of the day, somebody is used to their standard of living that they're accustomed to. The other person will never be able to meet up. Okay, even if the person works all the hours that God sends under the sun, eventually he will be doing things that are out of his comfort zone,
Okay.
or out of his
Sorry.
financial
We got it,
capability.
CC. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I
can
get
I-
where you're
can I-
coming from.
can I
Go
quickly-
ahead. I need
okay.
Eddie to speak.
Yeah,
Go
quickly.
ahead, Chim.
Okay, so there are a couple of things we're missing here. Number one is there's a difference between earning and social standing. You could be high. There are lots of, please pardon me, but a lot of my Igbo brothers that are multi-millionaires and so much, huge business, but they're not socially compatible with certain people. I don't know if I'm making sense. The guy who is in Alaba market is a trader, earning so much that he can buy anything, do any kind of travel, but he doesn't believe in traveling abroad and all those, or except for when he's going to do his container. I'm sure you're not going to marry that kind of person. Even if you relate to that person, you might just be doing it to collect their money. The point is this: is this person who's not earning this much, does he have the self-confidence Now, I don't understand why it is difficult for you. You earn that much. You can go to the Caribbean and sit in the sun and enjoy yourself, but you can't buy ticket for that person. Help me make it make sense. Because if this person, if the tables were turned or the shoes were on the other side, when he's planning a trip like that, he plans for you also. Why is it suddenly now that you're now saying, why would you be doing that? So I think, like I said earlier, it has to do with the mind. All of this thing is sitting inside the mind somewhere. Because it's easy to say, oh, this African men. So is it possible that we're also being African women?
Yeah. Then we are back to where we started from. Right.
Because I keep hearing African men. So you're being an African woman also. Because
Exactly.
it's sitting in your mind somewhere that this is the way it has to be.
I'm 100%
Bam.
AY and Mr. Obe and Uncle Ben, please don't talk unless I call you.
So
guys.
just to summarize so that Ed will talk.
I'm not talking. I haven't said a sin.
That was sitting in 30 seconds, please.
It is sitting in the mind. And you know what? As a mind thinketh, so is that person. Yes, it's something it's something we throw out, but that's the truth. The way you think is who you are. If you think in terms of, you know what, this person is my partner or whatever, then it doesn't matter if I'm the one earning more. It won't matter to you. But like I rightly said, I accept the fact there's a difference between high earning and social standing. You could be earning all the money, making all the money, but your social standing is still zero, in the sense that you don't have a self-worth. You believe, why, if I earn so much and I live in Bele, why can't I go to Buka and eat? What's the problem if I choose to go to one Buka to go eat? That's what people are doing. It. We see, what's his name, trying to prove a point, even though we know it's just a longing. He wants to show that he can do it. What's this guy? The guy whose father used to be the governor of Lagos State, the oil magnate. Please, guys, his name has
Femi Otedola.
You see Otedola entering what's it called, Lagos Molu every day. We see him trying to do that. He keep jumping Molu once in a while. But of course, we know he doesn't have to do that.
You didn't do it. You did microwave. No, I put in the air fryer.
Do you understand? So my point is, even if I can afford to go to the best restaurant,
I like my pizza.
Jesus is Lord. What's going on?
Dr. Adama, you are disturbing us.
Even if I can afford to go to the best of restaurants and pay, if I still can't have the capacity to say, you know what, I find myself somewhere and I need to go eat in a buka. Some of us, you know what, this is funny. Some of us will go to South Korea or go to all those, or go to the Philippines and go and eat, on the streets to prove it. We saw Obama do those kinds of things. But when we're in our status, we can't do it in the society we live. That's fake life as far as I'm concerned. If I can afford to go to the best restaurant, I can also afford to go to a buka and wash my hand and eat. I can do it. No big deal in it. So yes, I can afford to take this person to the best of restaurants. And the day he says, you know what, can we just go, feel simple somewhere? I should be able to fold my trousers and say, let's jump the bike and go do it. What's the big deal? So it's in the mind. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, so let me play another video that we all can watch and pick up from. Sorry, that was my you guys are driving me. I'm just shut up. Let me play my next.
Are we done with this topic? Can I just say something for 30 seconds?
No, you wait till I play the next video.
Okay, boss. Okay.
Thank you.
Should love your partner. Let's find out if Nigerian girls can marry a broke man. Can you marry a woman that is way more successful than you are? That's much richer than you.
Yeah, I can marry a woman way more successful than I am.
Definitely, yes, I can.
Yeah, if there's understanding, definitely it will work.
As for me, I can.
Of course, yes.
Of course.
Yes, I can. Doesn't matter. But then I have to play the role of a man. Of course, yes. Depend on the relationship, depend on the kind of love both of you are
Maybe it was one
together.
of those women that used to form the guy. You know.
No,
You can't do that.
Depends on the woman.
On you.
Yes, you have to be humble. You have to have that respect for him. Yes. I care for him.
Okay.
Money is not everything.
Okay.
Because if you don't have today, tomorrow in the house, I don't marry him because he has money, because of the love I have for him. That is why I get married to him.
Yeah, if there's understanding, definitely it will work. Because I believe a relationship is built on understanding, so on trust.
It has to do with understanding, the way you understand that person. Because everything is based on love and understanding.
So what if it was the man that you know?
Dr. Adama.
What's
I
happening,
think she's muted.
moderator?
She's
Yeah,
muted.
she's in slow motion. Give her time.
Dr. Adama needs to employ me as her Gen Z what's it called, assistant.
She's muted.
Dr. Adama, I will collect $5,000 only a month.
You see, this is what we are talking about. You won't collect 5,000 a month. How much you go
Yeah.
collect from your husband?
That one, you know that I will
As
not
housekeep, how much it go be?
£10,000 monthly.
Okay, Tida. We know they marry again. Bye-bye.
You guys didn't see the video I'm playing?
It's done now. It's done. Yeah, you
Yeah,
and you
you
are in
don't
the
finish
other room.
since.
We've all gone to have dinner and come back since after that.
Oh my God.
Play this last one so that we'll just pick it up from these two videos.
I am still looking for someone, son. I don't have, and I think it's because I'm asking for specific things. Maybe I need to narrow my search down, because what I'm actually looking for is someone that has a private plane, a yacht, someone who doesn't have baby mama dramas, because, I can't. Yeah. So maybe, Shannon, is that my problem?
It might be.
Yeah.
Lower it down a little bit.
Really?
Just a little bit.
But how did you get yours? Because you told me you listened to it like how many times? 30 days in a row.
A whole year.
Okay, let's start
Is
with
that Tiwa?
Yes, so
thought
that's
she
Tiwa.
was.
Tiwa says she's looking for someone's son that has
Man,
private jet and
she's
private.
Yeah,
joking.
somebody's
You guys
son
are
go
taking
find
her
her
too serious.
one.
People are taking her too
Davido,
serious.
Davido is occupied.
Oh,
People are
me,
He
taking
go
madam,
her
buy
too
tire.
serious.
can you pick it up from those two videos? Your next, go ahead.
Yes, so Shemi Abi.
Yes.
So see, this topic is just to make me laugh. Everybody is choosing what they want. I want this, I want this, I want this, I want that. When I see woman we get work, we fit put man for house, the men are complaining. Meanwhile, every day here, women are being brought from the villages with their only one polythene bag on their hands. And they have to go into a man's house to go and live there. And it's okay with the men because it gives them a greater erection to have another woman that is not able to speak English or bring a paycheck. It gives them that rise. But when a woman is able to do it, it's a problem. As coming back to the topic that we just made, most people with common sense that are marriage material, they know that even if a woman is any more, those situations are only temporary. Things can change in the future. It is what you put into that marriage that will make that will germinate in the future and that will grow. Once that love is there and that respect is there, it doesn't mean that if a man is not able to perform, a woman will be disrespectful. But it's the situation you find yourself in each relationship that makes it unique. But for you to sit down here and say, oh, you can never enter a woman's house, but you want a woman to come into your house. What if the women says, you know what, I can never move into a man's house that is ready-made. I would rather stay in my mother's house and we'll be marrying from there. How will you people feel? Rather than go there, tap it from that success and build up on that marriage. They are here choosing that we cannot live in a woman's house because you're already preempting that the woman will be disrespectful. As for Tiwa Savage, as I am with her 100%. Watch that
Very
Madam,
good.
look, we can't hear you. We
Is
can't
she
hear.
muted? Mm-hmm.
I remove her plug. I remove her phone from plug.
Network.
Move to the next. I think
Ben,
maybe
Ben, I told you I
was
don't want you
was
speaking unless I
our
listening.
give
our
you.
ancestor has
But
intervened.
is it the same? Is it the same Tiwa that we all? I mean, we all sing
Our
Ben, I
acoustically.
told
ancestors
you I
has
don't want you to say
intervened.
anything unless I ask you anything.
See
All
why
right,
she's a
so
troll. She's just trolling.
let me go to Ben. You've not spoken in a while, so what is your opinion about that video? Go ahead.
My own Ben.
Which Ben now? I told
Exactly,
you
Dr.
now. You are saying
Adama.
the person
He
you
does
want.
not even
Okay.
believe that he has not spoken in a while because he has been speaking.
No, I was only interjecting. I was only interjecting and extrapolating. Oh. Abi kile ma tin pe. Okay. For the first video about can you marry a rich girl or rich man, that is I'm not really interested in that video because the question is just a simple, bland question, as far as I can tell. But Tiwa Savage, I know many ladies out there, they are thinking like Tiwa Savage. I want a man who has a Ferrari, a man who have a jet, he must have a yacht. Tiwa, which one your papa buy? Your papa get yacht, he get jet. You, since when you don't they sing, when you don't do everything, you twerk. You even go sing for London King where they shake. Why don't you buy the jet yourself? These are the problems. The man that has a jet, the man that has a yacht, is that not looking for your kind? Why is fast forgetting that she's a Nigerian? And
Hold
she's
on,
also
hold on, hold on,
forgetting
please
that.
stop right there. Stop right there, please. What does this have to do with her being a Nigerian? She's saying what she wants. Now you have
Mm,
taken it. I know you're minister of tradition and culture. Just answer this thing without bringing this Nigeria, this thing to it. At the level she is as an
eh,
artist, and I agree with you, Tiwa Savage, if you're asking for something, you should be able to have those things first. I don't hear that
okay.
Tiwa Savage has a private jet or she has a private yacht. And this man that she's requesting for, you have to start as friends now. Maybe it's me, I'm expecting too much before they wife you up. These men are not available. That's the truth. And she has been in that industry. How come she has not found them? So go ahead.
Dr. Adama, we know how they play this game. Tiwa is stylishly advertising herself for hookup, high level hookup. She's indirectly sending message to men in Nigeria who owns jet that come. I'm open. Oh, all these D boys, they won't scatter me. Oh, I beg. Come if you get jet. That's all she's doing. The man who owns jet or yacht, are they looking for her? I'm still saying it again. That is the delusion I think a lot of ladies out there have when they say,
Exactly.
I want men at this level, I want men that earn this, I want men that man at that level that earn this and all this shit you are describing. Do you think if you and that man end up in the same restaurant, do you think the man will look your way? That's the question. Okay. Tiwa herself that is speaking, she already had a strike against her. She has a Kim Kardashian out there. Do you think men who ride jets, who controls money, do you think they want a Kim Kardashian? So I'm not
They are
buying
only
into
good for
that her
dating.
crap.
Hmm.
No, no, no. I'm not buying into that her crap. I think she just have this pipe dream. Like let me just say something so I can trend. I don't think
No, but
she
okay,
really
can I
means
ask you
it.
something? If you say the ladies in Nigeria that represent Afrobeat, who will you call?
Who will I call?
Yes.
I won't call Tiwa Savage, although I know she's a good singer, but if you ask me, I will go for the younger ones. The Tyler, the Thames,
Tyler is not
the all
Nigerian.
those young. I don't care. Those are the one I will go for. As far as I'm
Doesn't see
concerned,
that with it.
I'm not a big fan of Tiwa. I appreciate the fact that she puts Nigeria in the map out there, but I'm not
And
really a
she's your
big fan
Yoruba
of her
sister.
music.
You're not supporting her.
It has nothing to do with this. Within in the context of what we are speaking about right now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. In the
Mm-hmm.
context of somebody saying, I want a man that have jet, I want to me as a man, She doesn't match it. She doesn't fit it. If I own a jet right now, I am not gonna go for a Tiwa. When somebody like Abby is here, when somebody like all this young Gen Z, somebody like this
Well, you
comfort,
know you don't
this
have
when
that
somebody
strength.
like
That's the thing you want.
comfort
You
Emerson
want
is there.
happy strength. Do you have the strength? Do
I
you
have
have the
Agbo.
strength?
I
You
have
see what you
Agbo.
I
We
do you
have
have
different
the strength?
Agbo. What are you talking about? Agbo days, Dr. Adama. May we leave matter. I beg.
God help you guys, and you guys will end up coming to see me. And when you see me, you say, please, my life is important. Please pray for me. Pray for me. I
Sorry,
get
can I ask a
everything.
question? Dr. Adama, I have a slight pushback.
Go
Uncle
ahead,
Ben,
say what you want to say.
is your you not accepting Tiwa? Is it because of her age or because she has a child? Because it seems like that's what's the issue with Tiwa?
Well, let me, if it's okay for me to answer.
See,
You
Ed
want me
has
to
left.
answer, right?
No,
Yes,
You
please,
want
is
me
no,
it
to
her,
before
answer,
is it
anybody
right?
her
answer,
age?
no, don't answer anything. Please
Is it
wait.
her
Okay,
age or
basically,
the fact that she's a single mom?
Yes, I want Bernard
no,
to answer it. Then I need to go to
it
Tuna.
has
Tuna has not
it,
spoken.
it ha- okay, it has nothing to do with that.
Yes,
Having
it
a
has
baby or
everything to
something.
do with age. First,
What?
stop lying.
Look,
So she went
waiting
because of
It
now.
all
has everything to do
diabetes
with
and
it.
them
Wait
lot.
now. The reason it has nothing to do with that is that whether she has a baby or she's 40 years old or anything, it really don't have nothing to do with that. As far as I'm concerned, her Kim Kardashian that is out there is already a turn off for me. I'm not gonna lie to you. If you're, I don't know, I don't want to mention it, but you know what I'm talking about. Her Kim
Yeah.
Kardashian is out there. So that's a turn off for me already. She's not worth my jet. That's it. It's not maybe she has a baby. Or, don't I don't get children. I don't get a 40 plus years old wife. It doesn't matter. But so far,
What is
the
it
thing I
about
want
her
to,
age?
the
No,
thing,
Ben,
the
you said something that why should you go for women like Tiwa if you can go for someone like Abby? And for our listeners, it makes it seem that you like the younger people, which is what you meant to do. You like
you say
younger
no, no, no.
women.
When
I
you're
didn't hear
when you're
you.
rich.
You say it seems we like younger people.
When
Yes,
you're
you
rich.
like younger girls
When you
No, no,
are
compared
no,
to
no, no, no.
matured women.
No, no,
Yes.
no, no. It's not. This is not matter of matured women. We are talking about jet. If I pull up in a jet right now, and you people don't know somebody like Abby, or you don't happen to see this girl, this comfort that this thing happened, and she's stepping out of my jet, either Abby or comfort, or maybe a Tyler or a
Ben
Ten.
Zoe, Ben,
Now
put
wait
it back
now.
stage.
Now you ask me
Word
question.
for
They
word.
talk now. I'm not gonna let me talk again. If they are stepping out of that jet and you see me coming out with my Cuba cigar, with my white beer, with my sunshade and everything, she's by my side. Compare it to me stepping down my jet with a Tiwa Savage. And say I get one pack. Who my one pack go fit the most? Me and people like Abby them said, or me and people like Tiwa Savage. What are you talking about? As a
okay,
man,
you do realize that
I just wait.
there are men that want to date Tiwa Savage because she's Tiwa
That is
Savage.
their own choice. That is their own choice. Me, I say I don't want. I want when I pull up with my woman,
They
people
just
will
want
kind
to
of like
chop and
wondering.
go.
But the
People
truth,
go, ah,
the truth is, most men don't want stress. Then I won't say more than that.
Period.
No, you have to say more than that, though. You just started something.
Most
Don't
men
want stress
also
in the sense of
want.
what?
See, there is stress, there is wahala.
Shin, but is it not Gen Z that will give you stress?
That is the point I am making now. Hold on.
Okay.
When I said that is in reference to somebody bringing age. There is a category that will give you high BP, and there's
ah.
a category that will just give you peace.
Shin, me
So
and
you
you have
want
a
to wait.
problem now because you are generalizing my generation and I don't
I
want
no, I didn't. You see, you see. Listen, just use your tongue, like they say in my native language, and count your teeth. That's all I'm going to say. I won't say more than
Thank
that,
you, my
please.
brother.
Dr.
Thank
I
you, my
say
brother.
Adama,
politely.
Please,
And
Ben,
besides,
mute yourself. Please mute yourself.
Dr. Adama,
if
you
you
need to
take
give
if
I'll
me
you
have
a
to
take
red
get the
Tiwa
card.
court number.
Savage, Tiwa Savage husband will be dragging you every day. The guy is there crying every Eke market day. Make I just leave now. Thank you for having me. Make I day background.
Yes, please mute yourself. To Nigeria, you've been so patient. What is your opinion on the video we just played?
I think maybe she was playing, kind of joking around, but say she was serious and she wanted the guy that has all that wealth that she's describing. Clearly, even if she's a star, the guy is not likely to be looking for her. For some reason, men that have money don't care for women that are famous. They tend to prefer women that are generally younger,
Okay,
generally good looking.
okay, hold on to Nigeria, not to cut you off. Why do men prefer people that are younger compared to a woman who is established? She can pay her way in through everything. Like if you say, you know what, my jet can't pick you up, she said, okay, no problem. She can like. Why do you guys like headache? You guys don't like women that know what they want. I'm not saying you to Nigeria. Why do
Mm.
men like younger women? And listen, that's their preference. I have no problem with it. But you see how
Yeah.
Ben is running his mouth. I know this Ben well. Don't listen to him.
It's a straight answer now, isn't it? Women that are younger generally are considered to be childbearing, fertile, and they are more likely to raise the children, and properly, because they are physically stronger. Historically, that's how it has been seen, and
So
and
like
there is
we're
some
not
truth to
talking
it.
about childbearing this thing. We're talking about two of you having fun as two grown adults at the end of the night. It has nothing to do about childbearing. You
But
know,
I,
Adama,
but I,
the
It
I
same
has to do
agree.
with
reason.
that. That's how men value women.
That's how men
Generally,
value women.
yeah, that's how it is, and historically, that's how it has been. Hence, why would they go for the older woman? They will not do that
The,
because
the same
the
reason why
wow
the
is not
Akwa
like they will
Ibom.
have as many child for him anyway.
Actually,
So
even
that
Gen
too
Z,
is
they
another.
prefer older men. Oh, even Gen Z, they prefer older men.
But no, they
Yeah,
don't get
are
wahala.
you speaking from experience? How do you know AY?
Thank you.
That's the reason why the Akwa
Gen Z
Ibom
go
say,
rub your
hey, is
belly.
getting phone and getting holiday vacation everywhere now. Is that the reason? Small breasts when they see for television, all of them want
All
crazy.
of them are promising. Thank you, Mr. Obe. Small breasts where they see. They
Dr.
are
Dama,
look
busy
at
can
that.
promising
That is the power of the Gen
Lord
Z.
Jesus Christ.
Dr. Dama, can I say something
Go ahead, Abby.
quickly?
You can speak, my
Dr. Dama,
darling.
remember that case of Simon Gubadia and Portia Williams, right? Is everybody
Yes,
familiar with that
yes,
case? Do
yes.
you know that, in my opinion, a very big thing for Simon was, I don't know what that sound is, but very big thing for Simon, in my opinion, was also fame. I think he really liked the idea because a lot of people have money,
That
right?
was the only reason.
Well, a lot of people have money, right? But they don't have the fame, and that's what you're looking for next. And in fact, I was speaking to one of my friends recently about the influx of a lot of billionaires' children coming on the internet and becoming friends with influencers in an attempt to be popular. Was seeing it with the what's the name of Sade with the Okoyas. Was seeing it with what's the name of the other people from Edo State? Can't remember their surname as well. But there's a lot of younger Gen Z kids that are trying to be famous, and all of a sudden they're from families that have generational wealth, and it's just like, why can't you just enjoy your money in peace? There's something in the air about wanting fame in addition to the money. So I'm just trying to say that sometimes people are happy to be with the likes of Tiwa Savage just because he gives them some sort of clout, like Tiwa Savage,
What clout is
so
a Tiwa Savage going to give you?
It's
the
just
clout
for
that
dating
Tiwa
now, not for
Savage
If
marriage.
No,
They are
you,
good for
I
if
dating,
think she's
you,
not for
referring to the.
marriage.
Let me finish what I was saying, please. I think she's referring to the younger ones. That's
not the
the Gen
younger
Z
ones.
generation.
Simon, I just
No,
gave you example. I said
she said
Simon
Simon
Gubadia.
Gubadia.
she said that
I don't
Simon.
know
No,
who
no,
Even
that
she's
is.
not
I
referring
don't
to
know who
the
that is.
younger ones.
that's what I say. Even what's his name? Regina Daniels' husband. There
Look at
I
now.
say,
Look at that man marrying
Who,
that small
where,
Nadu?
girl, his
once yes,
granddaughter.
where I say he
Hey,
could
That
have
one are
But
concubine now. Those
that's
are
creepy.
concubines.
oh, you
Hmm?
could
guys
have
cannot get
picked
me
a
started.
young babe from. But I'm just saying that sometimes they enjoy that. We know that that man, it seems as though he wants to
Yeah,
pursue.
but that
One
Reginald
second,
Daniels
sorry, let me
one.
land a little bit. It seems as though he might want to pursue some sort of political career. I think that a lot of men that are rich wants the clout, and that's what I'm saying. There's some
I
men,
think it's a fair point
there's
to
some men that
highlight
will
because
date Tiwa Savage for that reason, and I gave you
Correct.
Simon. That's all I have to
Correct.
say.
But like,
Mm-hmm.
see,
Abby, I agree with you, and I like you making that point. Hold on.
I've not even
Tunaja,
finished my
finish your
submission. They just keep going
yes,
on.
no, but no, Tunaja, finish your submission. Ed just came back, then Ed will speak. Go ahead, Tunaja, finish.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it's a fair point that Abby highlighted that some men may just go for her just to gain more reputation and stuff like that. But I don't know about men that have private jets and all the rest, why they want to do things like that. But even if they did, the numbers are very small and very limited for that to happen. And seeking that kind of character, I think Tiwa Savage is smart enough to know that there are very, very few people that are going to be available to do that. Even if what she's asking for is normal for women to do, women always want people that are men that are, in terms of status, at least the same level or above them. But men don't care about that. Men just care about the looks, the youth, and that's their standard. So, from what I can see, if he's serious about it, I don't know. The odds of finding that is going to be very slim, because if you look at all the like celebrity women out there, their partners are not very high up out there.
Are not
So
visible. Are not visible.
yeah, they're not very visible, because if they have visible ones, it doesn't last anyway. And if the guy has an aircraft and everything, he's probably very busy, or very a lot of women are hovering around him. If you are ready to be a competitor around that kind of situation, I don't think Tiwa Savage wants to do that too. So it's a very, very tiny pool of people that she's asking for, and maybe that's why I think it's a kind of joke, really. I'll leave it at that.
Sorry, quickly, I just wanted to say that I don't think people are considering the fact that fame is actually currency as well. Fame opens more doors. They know what you're doing. So to you, you're thinking, oh, he has this, he has that. Why would he need fame? Again, there's a reason why a lot of people are doing the same things. I gave so many examples before in my previous submission. Fame is another form of currency, and people know that. So that's why they want clout.
Not for somebody that is already rich, because their industry, they have
For
already
many,
captured it.
for many people that are very rich, there's a reason why you have billionaires that are marrying Hollywood stars and models. They know
How many do you
What are
know
the
in the West that
chances?
do that? If you have already captured
there's
your
so many
industry,
in
why
the
do you
West.
need
What are you talking
notoriety?
about? Mariah Carey's ex-husband did the same thing. A lot of people do that.
Tommy
You never,
Mottola was
one
already
second,
What?
you
Okay,
never
okay,
hear if a
thank you,
billionaire,
everyone.
you
Why would they
never
want
Yes.
to
hear
marry?
of
I
them
don't see why they
until they
want to
marry
do
that
that.
star. That's what
Okay,
they may
thank you.
be craving. In the case of them, if that's what they may be craving at that point in their
So
career.
in other words, they are marrying her not for her, but for
Is
her
it why are you acting
status.
like it's not a thing, guys? Come on.
Tommy
No,
Mottola
I'm
actually
just trying to find out. Are
made
you saying they are marrying them because of their status and their social media
Mara
and
didn't have any
popularity?
status.
He said because of their cloud. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what she's trying to say. Okay, thank you everybody for your submission.
That is
At the
not
end of
good
the
that way,
day,
is it?
okay, at the end of the day, this is my opinion. Tiwa Savage is not being realistic, and all these things she's demanding. I am of a fair. I like to be fair. When I ask for something, this is my requirement. If you want someone to buy you a Lamborghini, sis, you should be able to buy that Lamborghini for yourself first before you ask for a Lamborghini. If you know all you can afford is a Kia, please ask for a Hyundai. And it's the same thing. It has 4 tires. It's going to take you to your destination. But if you want to ask for a Lamborghini because you think you can get a Lamborghini, at the end of the day, you're not being realistic, because guess what? Those guys that you want that have private jets and they have that private yacht, they have A-listers on their list. As they are coming in, these men are coming in like this, like coming in. Why am I saying this? And I want to share something to everyone. I'm not one to share my clients or my patients with everyone. If you know Ted Turner, the founder of CNN, I thank God I am fortunate to have been able to take care of him. This man is someone, when he comes in, women are lined up. And these women, everybody has a schedule, when to come and who not to come in. And you don't have to like it. You have to go with that schedule. So Tiwa Savage, the demands and what she wants, this kind of men are brutal. They know what they want. They like the kind of women they want to deal with are not women like you coming out. Oh, I'm Tiwasa. No, 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 no. You have to be able to know that that table you're coming to eat in, you're going to be sharing with a lot of women. That's what I want to share. So with that being said,
The
I
hustle is
feel it
real
might,
indeed.
huh?
The hustle is real indeed.
Yes, it is. It is very, it is hustle. Yes, it is. Because guess what? Because she came, and I know when I shared this video, someone asked me, is this real? I had to go research. That is a real interview she did in UK. It's not fake. She's not, it was her own guy that posted it, Tunde Ednot. Tunde Ednot is someone that, as she and Tiwa Savage has a very close relationship. For the guy to say, you're not being realistic. These things you're asking for. And I've asked myself, since she left her manager, who is her ex-husband, I have not seen anyone befriend Tiwa on her level. All I'm seeing is knock and go, knock and go, knock and go.
And that's
Please, I beg,
Zukwanike.
sorry.
Zukwanike.
What's that? What does that mean?
What's
It's
Anaka
called
go?
fuck and go. It's called fuck and go. Thank you. Sorry about that. Ed, please come in. What is your opinion, my brother? Welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you so much, Adama. I think I just jumped into this conversation.
Ed, before you say anything, do you understand what we are saying?
No,
You
that's
don't?
that's the point.
Yes, let me take my time and explain to you. This is what we're discussing. We're discussing about women who are high earners and marrying with men who don't earn in the same level that they earn in. And society labels them as desperate because you're marrying someone that is not in the same level as you are as a woman. Why men do this all the time? A billionaire can go marry a village girl, clean her up, and they celebrate that man. But once a woman's, they will call it love. Once a woman does that, they will call it desperation. So we are comparing it to the last video we played where Tiwa Savage said that any man that wants to date her needs to have a private jet and a private yacht because that's the level she's on. And she said, is she asking for too much? So that's what we're talking about. Thank you for joining.
Okay, so you're saying that when women marry down, they are regarded as desperate?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Uh, is that really a good assessment? I think Boom Boom Ray said something which I think is very, very true. If you look at the trends in socioeconomics in the United States, for example, women are going to be earning more as time goes on. So that would just be characterizing most women who desire to get married as desperate because they'll definitely earn more than their husbands as time goes on. So I don't think that's a proper characterization, and I don't know which people are, making such characterizations. I don't think the amount in anyone among the couple earns should be the basis for seeing them as desperate or not. It's just a matter of two people coming together, that love themselves. So if one earns more, maybe because of the situation of their life, it doesn't have anything to do with anything. It's just
So,
what it is.
Ed, the question for you then is: if you found yourself in that kind of situation
Mhm.
where the lady earns more than you, and she maybe has the capacity to earn a fabulous home, you live in Agege. This person has a home in Ikoyi, but is willing and is desirous of being with you. Would you move into that Ikoyi home?
First,
And hold on, Ed, before you answer, for those that are wondering why Chim is asking a question, Chim is a producer of this show. Madam Luke, these are people that help me out. They can come in and take over and just moderate the show. So for those that are wondering why he came in with that question, he's not jumping in. He has the right to do that. So I just want to explain that. Go ahead, Ed. And
yeah.
please, for our viewers that are watching, I see that the like button, you guys are not clicking it. Please click on the like button. I hate that we'll come on a live and we'll be begging you guys to click on the like button. If we say click on the dollar sign now, they say Adama is begging for money. Please click on the like button. Unu biko kwano, promote what we are doing. click on the like button, guys. Thank you. Go ahead, Ed.
Yeah. Thank you for the question and for the clarification, Chim. I think a wise man once said that marriage is like omelets. It's only as good as the eggs that are involved. So if you have good eggs, you're gonna have a good marriage. If you have one of the eggs being bad, irrespective of how good the other one is, it's gonna end up being a bad marriage. I think these are conversations. First, you have to really know who you're becoming an omelette with, right? So, if going by Chim's example, I live in Agege, and this woman, we found ourselves, and we believe we truly or genuinely love one another. Um, the question is, can I go and live with a lady? And I would assume live with the lady until, okay, let me not preempt myself. I think it all depends on who that woman is. This question is poignant to me because it's something that has happened to me, right? Um, a lot of the things that have been said in today's discussion, it's something that I can really relate to it. Either it's happened to me or I know someone close to me that some of the concerns that were raised here actually have played out in their lives. Of course, if I'm convinced that that woman is the right person, if we have a level of understanding, we I won't mind doing that in the interim while I find my footing, right? Um, Let me give you an example of this. So when I was doing my masters, there was a girl who were just, I mean, at that point we were just really chatting to see if we could, yeah, we're in a relationship, but we're still trying to figure ourselves out. And I personally, I would say I wasn't very convinced. She was doing well. I mean, she already went. She got her undergrad. She got a good job, and she was living in some other states. I was just doing my masters then, and we're in different states. And she told me one day that, you know, um, for this thing to work, you might need to move to my states, and because I have a big house, you know, well, as I said, I was really at this point. I was still not totally convinced on on moving on with the relationship itself to start with. So for me, I told her, "Well, I'm doing my masters. I know my goal is to get a PhD after now, and the PhD I want to get, there is no school where you live that I could get it. That's one. Then the second reason which I kept to myself was I was not very convinced about her. Because the next time we met and we were having a conversation, she told me, like, you know, one of the doubts I have about this whole thing, this is her just speaking clearly to me, is that you're a master student. You know, she told me, you know, in her words, I mean, I'm doing well. I earned quite quite a good sum of money, and I don't know if you're going to be able to take care of me. So just putting that together, I just knew, okay, well, this was not going to be it. Now, if it was a different woman, you know, that I was convinced about, I would not mind doing that. I would not mind doing that. But I have to be convinced that that woman, she's not going to use that as an incentive to first demean me, to limit me, or, you know, because again, marriage is about washing each other's hands, you know. So that's for that. Um, let
Each
me
other's
also,
each other's feet, you mean, not hands. Hands are easy to wash.
okay, yeah, yeah. Thank you, Chim. Yeah. So that's what marriage really is about. But again, let me just be very clear. Um, I believe that, as some people have alluded to. um, there is a provider in every man. There's a protector in every man. So and this is not necessarily an African thing, which most people want to really believe. It's just a man thing that we want to be the one that provides for our wives. We want to be the one that protects them. And a lot, I know this might sound a little bit revulsive to a lot of ladies, but let me also let me also say this: a lot of ladies do not know it, but what they want is a protector and a provider. I have there's someone I'm not really related, but I know this person. When the lady is a medical doctor, just like Adama. So when she got into residency, Adama will know about residency, which is the training doctors do before they can practice in America. The man the man was working, but I think at that point something happened, and they just decided, okay, let the man be the provider in the home, right? No, like let the man be the caregiver to their children, while the woman is doing. This was sort of like an agreement. But recently, like the woman, as as in, she wants the man to go and work, and the man has been out of work for a long time, just being the primary caregiver to the children. Like there's a lot of skill set gap for the man to make up, and now all of a sudden, so women might not understand this, but women want to be taken care of. A lot of them might not just see it. So I think for every man, yes, you might be able to stay in a woman's house for some time. As a man, you need to keep developing yourself. You need to keep building yourself to the point where you can be the provider, if not necessarily the primary provider, but at least play a significant role as a provider in the home. I mean, in my own case, I know my wife is going to earn more than me. That one it's given because of the kind of thing she does, But that does not mean, I mean, I have to put myself in a position where if she needs to be taken care of, I will be able to do that. So I think it boils down to first understanding if the two people involved in the relationship going into the marriage, they're committed to it, they're sincere about it, they love and honor themselves regardless of one another's estate in life. This should not be a problem. But having said that, I still believe that there is a there's something that's inherent in a man to step up, to be the provider, not necessarily the primary provider, because women want to be taken care of, whether we like it or not. I think it was Sisi that gave an example of women going to Nigeria to bring men, and then they come here, they just sit on their hands, right? So I also I've also seen that play out, right? Where men just refuse to step up. The woman is very ambitious, but the man is just okay. I mean, you can do bad driving for a short time while you're trying to find your feet, but you should not stop there. You should not stop there. Then, whether I like it or not, men, there's a provider in every man, and there's a woman yearning to be spoiled, to be taken care of, even when she has the money. If we are really sincere about it.
No, my brother, no, she don't want to be taken care of. Oh. That's what Dr. Adama and
No,
Sisi
no.
and all our sisters are saying. The man should
Let's
just sit down with his hands and
no,
folded.
that's not. Ed, finish, then I'll respond to what you said. Go ahead,
Yeah, yeah.
finish.
I mean, I think I'm pretty much done. Maybe you can ask your questions now.
All right, this is what I want to say, and I just want to make this. I just want to make this clear, and this is my opinion. Okay. At the end of the day, when when I come to this segment and I talk, when you hear me use this word, my personal opinion, it is my personal opinion. When you see me ask question just to push back, I'm just doing my job as a moderator. Now, this is my personal opinion I want to give. Given the kind of pay I earned, which I don't think I'm not going to disclose that how much I earn or anything like that because it's nobody's business. We all here can pay our bill comfortably. But for someone like me who believe in love and believe that if I meet this person, I'm in love with this person, and I know they are genuine, and everything about them is what I want in a man. I am saying, me, Adama, I am willing to be with that person and see them grow, blossom, and become whatever they want to become. I don't believe in treating or interacting with people based on my level of income and everything. Why do I say that? And I want to say that based that I've said it before that I work in a position where I work with 85% male. I deal with surgeons all the time. And to be realistic with you, all these men are taken. They are not available. They are
Yep.
not they are not available.
Absolutely.
So if we want to have this conversation, I want us to have this realistic conversation where we as women, I feel like we're putting too much on ourselves, but at
Mhm.
the same time, we're not being realistic. And that's where I have a problem because like I say, for me, Adam, I believe in love. And I believe that to whom much is given, much is expected of. There's one thing my dad told me: the world doesn't own you anything. You as a woman should go out there, do what you need to do, earn your money, do what your brothers are doing. But there's one thing my dad always made clear. He said, if you don't want to go to school, you can go to trade school. Figure out a way on how to take care of yourself. Now, as a woman like me, I want to pour into anyone that is willing to work with me. Let's say if I was in that position, I'm dating, I'm looking for at this stage in my life, I want someone I can grow with, enjoy. We travel the world. It's all about us. It's not about money for me. Why will I say it's not about money for me? Because I have seen money. I have enjoyed money. I have acquired money. So my thinking is not on that level. My thinking is on the level of who I want to grow with forever. And let's do these things that I'm open and yearning for. So at the end of the day, this is the caution I want to put out here. And Uncle Ben said it. Whether our women like it or not, they say, "Oh, I'm settling. Why should I settle for someone that is not in my distance?" Sis, let me tell you guys the truth. The truth is, all these women who are high rollers, high ballers, you guys are the problem. You are the problem in the sense that you need to look at yourself. That what do you need to improve about yourself? A man that you love and care about doesn't care about how much you earn. I am telling you from someone that, I've been in that position. Those men don't care. What they care is, can you be that for me? Can you be my woman? Can you be able to show up, take care of me, and do this thing, do this, that? They don't care about what you're bringing to the table. So if you want to date someone on your level, and the level I'm talking about are men like I know are hardworking. These men earn over, I don't want to give the figure, but it is in the millions. They earn this kind of money. So all my caution is for our women is be realistic for what you're asking for. I'm not saying you should settle with a man that is lazy, that has no goals, no ambition. That's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is keep an open mind. And if you don't want to keep an open mind, you want to go with what society tells you or what your friends are. Who is that making that noise? My goodness, who is that? Someone is not muted. Well, who is that making that noise? If Oh, I see him. Oh, hold on, let me mute him. I can hear all this noise. At the end of the day, all I'm saying is, we as women, there comes a time that we need to look at ourselves in the mirror. The rate of our women in the diaspora who are high earners, women that earn over six figures, and they are very accomplished. But guess what? They are single. They are single.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
we cannot be pointing all the men as the problem. There is something definitely wrong with
But
us.
single no be sin now. Not
I,
everybody
I,
wants
I
to.
love this Ada submission.
Single no be sin now. Make them
I'm
they
not.
single.
I'm not saying that single is a sin. I'm saying
Okay.
that it comes to a point that women need to look at themselves, humble themselves, and say, guess what? I am not going to meet someone that earns 800,000 a year like I do. If I meet a guy that earns 200 or 300,000, you can work with it. All I'm saying is if you know that you both, your ultimate goal is to grow together and build what you have. Who cares who is earning more? Nobody cares. At the end of the day, maintain the man's dignity. Don't throw it on his face and keep saying, "Oh, I know you don't bring the." If you're that kind of woman, you have no business being in a relationship in marriage. Stay in your lane, which I am okay with. But all I am saying to all the women listening to us, we need to be realistic and keep an open mind for what we are demanding. Because when this is happening in real life, these men don't care about your accomplishments, how much you have in the bank, how much or your this thing. All they want is a woman that will respect them, treat them like a king, and they will treat that woman like a queen. Thank you. With that being said, Chima, I'll go to you. What is your opinion on that video?
Okay, so for me personally, um, I think she's. Did you play two videos, right? The first one is T1, the other one is what again? Sorry, please. I seem to have
The
lost.
the other one was the guy going on the street asking women, and
Oh, okay,
then
okay, 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 okay. Well, for that one, trust us as Nigerians, people will say the right things. Those are the right things to say, but do they mean them? When the road meets with the rubber, or the rubber meets with the road, we will know whether it is, for those of us who live in Canada, for instance, whether we know how, whether it is winter tire or you're using a summer tire on snow. So that's what I would say about that one. But yes, I think in the nutshell, that's the principle of what it should be. It should be based on your being happy. Does this person, have the same values with you or share dreams and aspirations with you? That's one. Now, as for our sister, I don't believe she was saying any of those things from the depth of her heart. I would agree with I think it was it Uncle Beno who said that's a pitch. She's pitching.
say you don't believe it. Is it because you're a fan, which is okay?
No, 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 oh, no, 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 no. Which fan? Fan Guinea. Which fan? Is it Adebowale fan or Thermostat fan? Which one are you talking about? I know the people that I am fan of, not that one. No, I'm not fan of that one. That one don't miss road since long. They don't they. We not even full fight and they push. Jungle don't mature, leave them behind. So I think um listening to her voice, I can tell when somebody is not serious. And I don't think she was serious. I think she got carried away with the fact that she was on the radio station and just wanted to say something, And you could see she was asking the AOP what she thinks, and I said, "Yeah, I think maybe that's your problem." So it is either of that, or like Uncle Beno said, she's making a pitch. She's pitching to a designated demography, telling that demography that whenever you feel like looking my side, I did here. So that's what I would say. I don't think any serious person, will come out to say that kind of thing she's saying. Like you rightly said, the people who own those sort of toys, they're not available. And if they were available, they will not be making her permanent. She'll just be for a better use of word, a one night stand. And they will move on to the next day or make her a regular one night stand. So that's what it will be. But I'm sure in the depth of her mind, she knows the truth. She know time don't pass. Jungle don't mature, leave them behind. People have moved on. So who cares? So I don't think she's a serious person to take in serious. Honestly, I don't think so. Yes, beautiful voice as a musician, but nah, she doesn't even know what she's saying. I'll just leave it at that. Hello, moderator. I finished though. Hello.
Who is next?
Moderator
Let's
disappeared. Listen, there's
let's
something I wanted
continue.
to
Let's
say, right?
continue. Clans minute.
There's
Clans meeting.
there's
Clans meeting.
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of, I think, a lot of Nigerian women, right, and women at large all over the world have let white women deceive them. And why do I say that? You see a lot of
Sorry,
white women.
use the right word. You have used the currents of this word, right?
Yeah, they've let
Uh-huh.
white women
Thank you.
deceive them into saying, um, you know, you need your freedom, you want to go through your whole phase, you want to enjoy your life, you can get all the degrees you want, go to school, go to school, go to school, letting the women their best years go by. They getting all these degrees. And then when it gets to a time when they don't get any degrees, this is what I was trying to say when I said historically in the comment section, when I said overtime. So I didn't mean whoever I was talking to, I think it was Abby. I didn't mean like overtime at work, like payroll. I meant overtime. Historically, women are new into the workforce, but they've let white women deceive them. And then when it's time to get married, now they wanna settle down and have kids. For a lot of them, it's almost too late because their their age mates are not checking for them. No man is checking for most men are not. A 43-year-old man, for example, is not checking for a 43-year-old woman. Neither is a 38-year-old man checking for a 38-year-old woman. It's really rare. They looking for someone younger. Like we were saying earlier, forefathers also said that we men are looking for someone that's youth is what attracts men, and this is the female currency. You know, so just like for men, it's power, status, physicality. How good do you look? Your position in life, what you have in the bank, your assets, things of that nature. So for look at white women, for example. If you went to school here, most women, white women, go to school with the intention to marry. Most white women go to school with the intention to marry. Their parents will actually coach them and tell them, see that boy over there? That's who you target. This is why you see a lot of white girls, they get all the future NBA stars. They get all the future NFL stars. They're getting all the future hockey stars, the white girls. You see them when they're getting drafted.
God
Everybody
bless
got
you, brother. God
everybody,
bless you.
yeah,
God
everybody got a
bless you.
white girl on their arm. But they turn around and tell black girls and they lie to them, no, 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 don't talk to men. It's too early to get married. It's too early to have kids. No, it's not. Ideally, as a woman, and I'm speaking personally, especially if you have your family support or you've figured out where you're going. And I'm saying not everybody has that opportunity. By the time you're 19, 20, you should start procreating. Now, again, society matters, because a lot of women, if they don't have certain things to fall back on, especially in a patriarchal society like Nigeria, they could be open to abuse. But look at all this. Look at white women. The moment they graduate, boom. If they're not feminists or lesbians, boom, she's pregnant, she's graduating
What?
in May, she's getting married. She's starting to have her kids. Now, the marriage might not last because it's the United States, but usually they start their families early. Who are the ones they played through the media and through indoctrination that it's a bad idea to start having kids at your most fertile? Black women. That's why you see tons of, I can count right now 10 off the back of my hand, 10 Nigerian people of women of Nigerian descent. They have all the degrees you can think about. They're approaching their 40s. they're in the
Could you please
mid-30s.
try to round up, please?
Right. And a lot of them, they have those degrees, they have no partners, no kids. And a lot of them, it's like they having it to find it hard to get a partner. Some of them even have to go back home to Nigeria to bring somebody over here. You know what I mean? So I think
Mhm.
our mindset also has to change, and we have to start letting people know we have to go back to what traditionally worked for us, what worked for us, and not rely entirely on the West, because the West way does not mean the right way. We had our ways that work for us. We can incorporate both of them.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Who's
Thank you
saying
so
something?
much.
Adama, can I just add
Mhm.
quickly, 30 seconds to what he
Go
just
ahead.
said about the lies that white people have? Because when I was looking recently at the rate at which black, Tiwa Savage is asking for, ideally, I like to think that she's talking about black people that are rich and all the rest. But when I looked at in America, like the rich black men in America, and even in the UK too, it is alarming. That's alarming the amount of them, that's the proportion of them that are married to white women.
In
That
America, almost all
is
of them.
is astounding. And uh, man, there is something seriously going wrong there.
You
And
mean the
some
amount of our women marrying to the UK, to foreign men? Is that what you're saying?
no, the amount of white women that are married to the richest black men in the
Okay.
West.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's true.
Dr. Adama, I'm so sorry. I'm not going to even say anything, but you need to read my comments because the narrative that is being put out about the dynamics of that interracial relationship, I believe, is false.
No, you can say something here, of course. We are not reading.
If you want to, we can check the figures. The figures is
Okay.
clear. When
All right. Hold
I
on.
was
Before we
It's
start,
not
shocked.
about figures.
hold on. Please,
It's about
please,
reason. You guys
everyone.
are making it seem like it's a case of parenting and upbringing and all of that stuff, and that's false. That's not the reason why sportsmen marry black
No,
women.
let me push back. Okay, so
Okay. Okay. No.
but
No. No.
no, no,
Don't
no, no,
put
no.
that.
She
Don't
just
put
said
that. Hold
is
on.
it let me just say something real quick, okay? So there's still way more black dudes that get married to black women as sports stars. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying it is like they are marrying all the men, the white women here. No, the black men, there's still blacks marrying blacks, right? But compared to the amount of black women marrying successful black white entertainers, it is minuscule compared to them getting the men that should be for black women. If you understand what I'm saying.
No, but this is the thing you're not understanding, and I'm going to go to AY to speak next because I believe Chim and Uncle Ben have spoken. This is what you're not
I
understanding.
have not
No,
spoken.
not on this one new conversation.
I
No,
have not spoken.
Of
not on
course,
this
I
new
said
one. No,
it.
Don't do that.
no. Oh,
Okay,
please.
hold on.
So
This is what.
Adeo.
Okay, this is what I want to say. This new conversation that started. Black women, they do not stay with black women because they say we do too much. That is the truth. Let's keep it. Listen, I'm someone that I'm realistic. Like, if you want to have a conversation, let's say the
no,
way it
sorry. Say
is.
that again. You didn't say, you mixed it up. Oh. Say that again properly.
I said these athletes like white women
Uh-huh.
because they feel that the black women are a handful to
Okay,
deal with. And the
correct.
thing is that when you guys are with this white, no, what? Sorry, not you guys. When these athletes
Yeah, maybe
are
you're
with
so
this,
you're prophesying into our life. So we receive it in Jesus' name. Amen.
no problem, amen. When these athletes date these white women, the way these black men are so romantic, the way they like treat these women, they like carry them, like the way they treat them, you can tell is different. But when they're with their own person, which is a black woman, they expect to, for the woman to be the one saying, oh, can we go out for a date, can we do this, can we do that? But
Because
when
you
you're
guys
with
know,
what?
Dr. Adama,
because most of the black women they don't want the men to lead. Just imagine, yeah, that's the
I don't
problem
think
actually.
that. I don't
And
think
Dr.
you're
that's
saying
the
that the
case.
Adama,
white
Yeah.
women are the one making you guys to lead? Is that what
Adama,
you're saying here?
Adama, I don't think that is factual. Like that might be part of it, because we've heard that trope of people saying black women do too much, but that I don't think that is. I mean, every day we hear a scandal of a black NFL star beating the crap out of his white partner. So I don't think it's because they're just too romantic or overly romantic. I think the issue of marriage, and this is in Black America, is not pushed enough. The examples are not there. So a lot of time, like I said, the white people speak to white people. They will literally tell their daughters they will go to the games and point out the guy and say that's the one. Go for that one. This you might call the white girls hoes in school. Go ahead and call them hoes. Oh, she's been with that player. She's been with that player. She's been with that player. But they keep targeting until they find one and they marry that dude, have kids with him, and secure their future. Maybe black women also need to become that aggressive. You know what I'm saying? When they want a partner, maybe they need to become as aggressive as the white women. Because
family oriented
I'm,
aggressive, you mean?
I'm sorry. I
family
need
No,
oriented.
to,
hold on. No.
sorry, I need to
Everybody
come
take a
in.
chill
I need to
pill.
say something.
Everybody take a chill pill. Forefather, what is your no forefather? Hold on, I'll come back again. AY, what is your opinion on what Boom Boom Ray just said?
Yeah, what Bubure said or what the video you played, right?
No, yeah, and the Victua Savage and what he said about our women not being able to marry these black athletes, and is the white women they are going for. What is black women doing wrong?
Yeah, I will tell you. First of all, that was Savage video. My personal think is she's just joking, man. She just want people to talk. But what the black women are doing wrong is what the women on this platform right now are doing wrong. Because if you listen to all the men on this platform, from Forefather, Chim, Ed, Obe, I speak the truth. We are basically saying the same thing, but women have their own opinion or what they think it should be, right?
So
Men are telling you,
when you say women, and you see
hmm,
the women on this platform,
you see,
right? Hold
uh,
on,
uh,
AY. Oh wait, here,
hmm,
hold on.
hmm.
Did you hear my opinion? So do you see
Yeah,
this generalization?
you were the only person that was speaking fact, reality to these issues, right? I praise you for that before, like, because sometimes when we are discussing this type of stuff, I feel we are not ready for the discussion, because it's I pray it's not gonna like really, really detrimental to us as community, because what is really going on, like somebody rightly said, there are a lot of single black women. Let me be specific. Even Nigeria, I have friends that are over 40. They earn 6 figure plus. If there is anything, when I mean they earn very, very good. I have couple of friends that they've never been married. So they are nice people. They are good people. When I look at them sometimes, like we have the difficulty is women are different from men. God that created them, we are just different. So look at the case of man. If a man is single at 50, he can still go marry a 25-year-old. If you have the resources, you will get it easily. They will even beg you. So we are different. We are not the same. Men and women, we are not the same. So sometimes I feel sad when I see situation like that. I'm like, so we should not be looking at this law from the aspect of money. Yes, I mean there are situations, if your wife is rich, it's rich. There is nothing you can do about it. But I think we should look at this issue more than money. If you really want to build a family, you really want to build a home, we need to look at this issue. Oh, you any more than me, I'm any more than you. Like, I think, like what Ed rightly said, like it should be like, do you even like the person? Are you willing to be with this person? You know, the way I look at this issue, as long as the man is not lazy, even if you are any more than him, I'm not in support of a man going to just sleep and be waiting for a woman to take care of of them. I'm not in support of that nonsense. So for me, I feel even if you don't have a job as a man, I mean, if you can drive Uber till you get what you want. If you want to start a business, you need to be doing something. If any woman that will tell you, anybody that will advise you, oh, don't worry, your wife is earning a lot, or your wife herself telling you, no, you can
The
relax,
person is your
don't worry.
enemy. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like that person is your enemy because he's planning for your failure.
Correct.
One day is gonna come. Because women and you heard what Sissy rightly said. I was questioning her. Oh, the man should be able to pay to Jamaica. So these are natural things. If I want to pay for my wife or for my girlfriend, I will not think that way. I will just make that payment. But women, we question why can't you? Who is that? Women will question unconsciously. Obey, please mute. Women will question unconsciously, why can't you pay for yourself? Why can't you pay for us? Because they are not designed to carry that load. But we will pretend that a lot of women will pretend that, yeah, I can do it. It doesn't matter if the man is not working or more, fit. 99.9%. I've seen this movie. We see this movie all around the world. It doesn't work. It's very few women that will see their husband doing nothing or any really less. For a man, no, it's better I'm in a situation where the woman will really prepare me to go hustle more, to do better, than me relaxing, expecting the woman to be taking care of me, to pay bills at home. Like, why am I, man? So that's the way me I see it too. But we gotta tell ourselves the truth so that we don't keep making mistake, we are making so that our children will not make the same mistake. And one last thing I want to say, Ada was talking about she worked with a lot of surgeons that earn big money. These people, they are not available for a lot of, they are not available. If you will check the statistics in America, this is about 3.6% of men that earn over 200K. They are not available. The truth is, high value men that earn this money, they know what they want. It's not even about your money because they making money to take care of themselves. They need something different. So for me, even as a woman, you earning big money, to be honest, I think, let me speak for myself. Like for somebody like me, that is not your job. It's not fashionable for me to say, oh, because I need more things. I think most men need more things, not in terms of that monetary value, because you go to work every day, you work hard. That is why you will see the men are not really motivated. Men want different things, so you need to question your husband or your partner, monitor them, study them. What do they want? Have discussion with them. So when you look at those men, like the way Ada was saying it, like these men are not available. I mean, the only thing Ada forgot, except you just said that except you want to be a second wife, maybe they can take you in. Yeah, that would make more sense because these
Thank
men
you.
are not available.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've had you. Mr. Obi, what is your opinion on the video?
I think basically, guys, you shouldn't let them set you up. The truth of the matter is that there are some things you just get to follow your upbringing and your cultural belief. Basically, no matter your change of location and all that, all those wiring because you're in America is going to affect us a long deal, especially some of us that have not belonged here. We only came because they bullied us out of the country. So we can't behave like them because it's difficult to fit in and process according to the situation here. We're going to be living a false life because you don't even have time anyway. Like when I was growing up those days, I told myself that until I get some basic financial stability, I'm not going to get married or get a woman in my life because I'm coming from a home. I knew how daddy ran the home and how mommy, supported and all that. I cannot just see a woman flashing money in my face and I will run after it. No, that was not my. I'm not wired that way. I didn't grow up that way. So it's going to affect me. I know it's not going to last long. I told myself I won't carry my child in my hand to go to church. Neither will I carry my child in a bus to go to church. In other words, I must be mobile first. This is in Nigeria. I must be mobile first. I must have a financial stability, a job that is paying, that is constant because of the children, before I can start to procreate or marry. Decision I made by myself. And I didn't mind how many years it's going to take me to achieve that. But because I had a target, I worked with it. And before my estimated time frame, I already made it. And I was already, involved, and I get myself situated, and I was fine. So any guys that try to chip in into this situation always get burnt at the end of the day. There is genuine love that works. That one is sure, but they are very few. But any guy that position himself just to get an advantage, thinking it's an advantage to marry a well-made woman or a YT or whatever you want to call it. Sorry, it doesn't really work for everybody like that. Very less than 10% always survive. The rest is all had I know. It doesn't last. The natural thing is that the man is supposed to be able to fend for the family. Living under a woman is abnormal. Basic truth. It's not reality, it's abnormal. Even at the Bible level, very abnormal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sisi, what is your opinion? Sisi, are you there? Abby, I'll go to you. Abby, what is your opinion on the video?
This is the last thing I'm going to say, and I'm going to get to bed because it's 4:36.
No problem, you can. Yeah, go ahead.
I actually don't have any opinion on what's her name, Tiwa Savage's video. I think that whether or not her standards are ridiculous, she's the one that's going to adjust them as it goes. I think what a lot of men do not understand, that a lot of women can want so many things and can change their mind when they meet the right man. Because at the end of the day, if you're a reasonable woman, whether or not a man has a lot of money is actually not even the issue. It's the combination of character traits that we talk about here all the time. But the major reason why a lot of women talk about money is because it's kind of that mentality of a lot of men are actually badly behaved to begin with. So maybe money could be compensation, which shouldn't be the case. So think about it. If you had a man that was ambitious, we speak about it all the time. It's not about coming ready-made. It's about even wanting to do the work. There are a lot of men that are not willing to do the work. There are a lot of men that are not willing to match up. There are a lot of men that are not willing to grow. And I've been having conversations in the chat about tenacity and about someone that's teachable. A lot of people are just comfortable. On Uncle Ben's show, a couple shows ago, we're talking about how a lot of women tend to be more qualified, higher paid than men, because a lot of men get to a point in lives where they're not willing to grow anymore. They're not willing to, get more certifications. And it's like, whose fault is that? And it becomes a case of, pressure, the things like, that's your personal problem. I think I also have a problem with the mentality of people wanting to do things for the sake of marriage. How about you think about doing things for yourself first? Every time I work, I literally had a conversation with my friend earlier today about buying another property. And the conversation was, wait, maybe I shouldn't be doing that because ideally I would want my next property to be with my husband. But the thing here is the way my mind works, I don't do things with a man in view. He's in view. I don't know what's going on. So I'm not waiting for a man to do the things that I want to do. My point is maybe at some point, people should start seeing things as I want to do things for myself, because this is what I want for myself. This is what I've put on the timeline. At 30, I want to have achieved this. At 45, I want to have achieved this. Everything does not have to be with a partner in mind, right? And I think that if we go about life like that, when you see things like achievement and having more money or whatever else, you will see it as a place of a personal goal that you have achieved, rather than who is benefiting and all of that nonsense. But anyway, but what I really wanted to say is, personally, I'm tired of being in conversations with Nigerian men, particularly, where they take the opportunity to gaslight Nigerian women about things that are not true. So for centuries, Western societies have presented whiteness, right? White people, white women, as a symbol of status, as a symbol of beauty and acceptance. So when you're a Black man in certain spaces, it is only natural for you to want a white woman by your side. Because when we're having these conversations, I think it's important for the conversation to be balanced. It's not just about rumors. Wise people take their children somewhere and point. Those are just rumors and maybe experiences from few people. But generally, we have to understand that this is also a societal standard as well, right? When you talk about even media, movies, magazines, they highlight white women as the standard of beauty. So why would a black sportsman not choose a white woman over a black woman? In most situations, we say this all the time, generalization. A black woman can be aggressive, a white woman can also be aggressive. A black woman can be greedy, a white woman cannot be greedy. Historically, white women are actually even more gold diggers and more interested in the wealth of a man than white and black women. Let's even be honest. So when we want to have these conversations, I think it's very, very important for us to have the balanced conversation. Say what you believe about white parents pointing out these rich black men to their girls. Also say what you know about societal standards and expectations. That's the reason why a lot of sportsmen and movie stars are with white women. That's all I have to say. Good night, everybody.
Well, Abby, I'd like you to stay a little bit. Just stay.
No,
Give
she
me
has
2
to go.
seconds.
She
No,
no,
but
she has
it's okay.
It's
She can.
4:40 a.m., sir.
No, she has to
Give her
go.
2 minutes.
Can we not do this so that
Yes,
we
we do know.
progress?
We can say anything to her.
just ask her a question?
Yeah, exactly.
No,
Let
hold
her
on,
stay.
hold on.
Adama,
Can
let
you
her stay
guys
for 2
listen,
minutes.
please? Can you listen to me first? She has to go. She's going to be in the background listening. Where she is almost 5 o'clock.
I don't think 2 minutes will be bad for her.
No,
I mean,
let the person go. The person
It's
needs
not
to
going
go.
to be 2 minutes
She's
now.
been
You know
here.
that.
I
You
don't
know
know
it's
why
not
we
going
have
to be
to.
2 minutes.
No problem,
Yeah,
Dr. Adam Machine. No problem. Go for it. I'm listening.
it's all right. Okay, so listen. When we have conversations like this, okay, because I actually have someone in the comment section, and I think for his position, it's a comprehension level thing. Because I don't think anybody reasonably listening to me would say I denigrated black women in any way. No, I just said that, when I spoke about the pointing, it wasn't literal; it was figurative. So when I say they point out, I said they target, which is actually the word I used in the comment section. And they do target. And not saying having a white woman was seen as a thing of status enhancement in society. I'm not disputing that at all. We know that, and that could be one of the reasons. But you have to also take note that I repeatedly said something. I said that even with the fact that there is a high amount of black successful, well, athletes was the word I used, black athletes getting married to their white female counterparts. I said, in the end, the overwhelming majority of black men still marry black women. These are the athletes. So me saying that it wasn't to, oh, I'm denigrating and I'm gaslighting anybody, and I would hope you weren't talking to
I
me
wasn't talking to
personally.
you.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
said
yeah. So
black men on platforms,
right,
and this
right,
is actually facts. Black men on platforms enjoy gaslighting black
right,
women
right, right. So
about their
that
realities.
right.
Okay,
So
sorry.
Let me
it
just add
wasn't.
to this because
Sorry,
just
I
in
didn't
case
Let me
you
hold
finish.
on.
went
No,
I
you
to
wasn't
guys are
finished.
because
not adding. You're not adding to
One
I
anything.
was
second.
the
Let
one
me
that
just
brought the issue up
Okay,
even in
but
terms
hold
of
on,
the
hold
This
on,
is
video.
very
Godfather.
important for me to have a conclusion,
So
and I'll leave.
right.
No,
See,
please.
here's the thing. All I'm asking for is a balanced conversation.
No, let me
Don't
finish. Let me
say
finish.
that black women are doing this without saying the reason why they're in certain
All right.
situations.
So let me finish what
Even
I'm
this
saying.
But there is
environment,
also a fallacy.
even these environments that you guys talk about, a lot of black women do not have access
All
to.
right. So let me
Let's
finish
have
what I
a
was saying.
balanced conversation, and
Abby,
don't
okay.
always make it seem like it
Have
seem like
access.
black
But
All
women
right.
are
can we?
scared
But
to talk
can
about
we?
Abby.
Sorry,
So let me
sorry,
wait.
sorry.
Let me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying. So
No, no, no,
No,
no.
but
You
you've been
guys are
talking now.
I haven't. Okay, good.
Kolo
no.
now.
Can
Come
I
on.
finish what
Nobody's
I'm saying,
finished.
for
Allow other people
goddamn?
talk.
I know you
Yes,
love to hear.
please.
Let me finish what I'm saying. She
You've been
Okay,
talking.
interrupted.
please round
Can
up.
I
People need to
finish,
talk.
please, forefathers? Why you always do this? You're talking. You want to talk? Go ahead and
Okay,
grab
go
the
to the
mic.
point. Forget about
So
that.
what
Just
I'm
go to the point.
saying.
Don't worry.
So what I'm saying. I'm trying to bring it back. So this is what I said. I said black people should emphasize marriage, and I emphasize the fact that we should also look into what we used to do traditionally, which included getting married early. So I think when we do conversations like this, I would hope that we don't get emotions involved and we listen to the other person without feeling they're attacking them. Because I personally am not coming here to attack anybody.
Yeah, that said, please, before you leave,
Okay,
Abby.
please hold on, Chin, before you speak. Hold on.
Okay.
For the people in the comment section, the comment section is being monitored. I said it when we started this show. Be respectful to the panelists on this show. You don't have to like what they are saying, but if you're going to be disrespectful, I'll put you on a timeout so you know who you are. Please choose your words and your language, whatever you're going to write down, carefully. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I agree with you were saying. I can't hear you anymore.
Go ahead.
You're not best. Abby, have they answered your question? If you want to leave, you can.
No, but I have a question for her before she
Chim,
leaves.
I
There's
think
something
Chim
she's.
has a question.
Okay, go ahead. Answer your question, Chim.
Okay, so listen. I understand when you say let's have a balanced conversation. I understand you, but I think that word balanced oftentimes gets overly used. A conversation doesn't have to be balanced. A conversation needs to be rational. So I'm not going to balance something just to make anybody happy. That's one. Two, while you've called out what you've termed to be fallacious, you've made a fallacy here right now. And that fallacy is to tell me that men are not willing to grow. Are you kidding me? I live in a society where men are struggling to feed.
I didn't say that.
You said that. I wrote
Yeah,
it down.
you
You said
said.
it. I
You
wrote it
said
down.
they are
I'm
not
not
willing
taking
to learn.
Let me tell you why I
No,
said.
before you clarify, hold on. You can't
said
dominate. Hold on now. You can't do this. This is not a conversation anymore.
But you know what you're not going to do is actually.
But let me finish. Then you can. Let me finish.
Uncle Benno said on his platform that a lot of men are not willing to grow. That's what I said.
Can I finish? Can I finish, please? Thank you. All right. Noted. The point I'm trying to make is this. When I got into this Western world, and the Western world meaning Canada, and I'm sure it's a little bit of the same across certain other countries, there is a push to bring up women in the corporate ladder. And in that push, that is where the DEI stuff has come in. DEI benefits more women than it benefits any other group of people. It is mostly white women, to be specific. They are the ones who enjoy DEI.
What are you talking about?
Can I finish? Can I finish? In the environment where I live, I have more female managers, not because men don't have the qualifications. It has become something, at least in this Canadian society I live in, of pushing women up. There are jobs you will see there and they will specifically ask you if you're a woman or a man. Do you? And the whole idea is to, when they're doing this interview, know that they have more women in the interview or they want to fill the space with a woman. It's a fact. And as a result, lots of men in the Western world have gone into the trades. It is mostly even immigrants that are trying to struggle those corporate spaces with them. Their men have given it up for them. They are farmers, they are tradesmen, they are mechanics, they are whatever. And they are successful in those things. Don't get me wrong. But their wives are the ones doing corporate work. So I think since we're talking about being balanced, let us also admit that we live in an age where there is a push to push women up. I don't have anything wrong in it. But what I just believe is that in trying to solve that age-long problem that women have been subjected and not been allowed to climb, we're creating another problem also. I've always said it on this forum, especially when Dr. Damages is hosting. You can't solve a problem by creating another problem. Here in Canada, AY has it here in Canada. He knows what I'm talking about. There's a push to put women in many places. My manager, most of my managers are women. What are we talking about? So please, let's be careful when we come and say some of these things.
Okay, so Dr. Adama, what I actually said was I referred to a live stream that Uncle Benno hosted. And I said on that live stream, they actually played the video just the way we play videos here on this platform. They actually played the video of a man saying that he's tired of Nigerian women in America not marrying men without asking what their immigration status is. As a Nigerian woman, why can't you use your immigration status to boost a Nigerian man like you and help him out? That was the video that was played. And it came up with the fact that a lot of women actually put in the effort to grow themselves. A lot of people on the platform agreed that there's more women on an average in America. I don't know anything about Canada. On an average in America, there's more women that are more qualified from an education standpoint. There are more women that put themselves through school. And then a couple of men explained their own should I say, their own reasons for not being as educated as women, blah, 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 blah. That is what I was referring to. It was not my own point. I don't know anything about that. So I honestly, I don't appreciate insisting that I said something when I was trying to clarify that that is not what I meant. I was referring to a live stream that was held previously. So that's
what
that.
what you meant and what you said are two different things. I was referring to what you said. I don't know your intent in your heart of
Yeah, but
what you meant.
I called Uncle Beno. So if you didn't get it, you didn't get it. Like
And
again,
that's
like,
fine. I've told you
it's
what
not
I
a
heard.
Okay,
quarrel.
It's not
okay,
an
okay. That's
argument.
okay.
It's not a
That's okay.
quarrel.
Thank
Good
you.
night, everybody.
Good night, Abby. Madam Luke, what is your opinion on the last video? If you have or no anything to say, then we'll go to Forefather. Forefather, what is the
You moderator, the way you're highlighting the things you want to highlight that suit your narrative. You've been highlighting and posting things in the bulk view for us to see. Those things are skewed towards what you believe in. No, that's a fact.
who is the moderator?
The moderator knows the moderator.
Okay, no problem.
Adama, please, just because Chim said that, I wanted to say something related to the pay gap thing. I believe most of us here, okay, there are a couple of people here that are in North America, and this is something that's said a lot, that there's a gender wage gap. I mean, I don't think there's any job that's just offers jobs to women at a lower pay. I think what people do not control for or consider is that when you look at the pay, women, there are inherent things like, okay, a woman maybe not, if you're paid by the hour, a woman being pregnant, for example, sometimes, and all a woman having to, like, take care of children and all of that. That's what makes that disparity exist. It's not like the wage rate itself. There's any it's disparate among the gender. It's just the number of hours that
Hey,
they put.
thank you
So
so much for coming to it. For coming to show your support. Please don't go ahead.
Ed, go ahead. I think she's.
Oh yeah. I mean, I was just trying to clarify that because we hear that a lot, that, oh, there's a gender wage gap. I mean, Adama, in your job, do you think you earn the rate at which you're paid is less than the male the pay for the men in the job? Obviously not. It's just a matter of how many hours that are being put in, and there are some things that are inherent in being a woman, like you having to, for example, if you're pregnant,
go on
sometimes
maternity.
yeah, you go on maternity, the number of hours you have to do childcare and all of that. Those are the things that makes, of course, we can say, okay, these are disadvantages that women have to put up with, but it doesn't, like, let's be very clear when we make that point, because it seems like, oh, there's disparity in terms of rates, which is not the case. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Thank you, Ed. Yes, it does. Beno, we're going to come to our final submission. Beno, you've spoken, right?
No,
Uncle
I'm waiting
Beno.
to give my final submission. In fact, I'm
Yeah,
waiting
well,
for you at
Adama, you
work.
keep jumping me and giving everybody
Oh,
chance to
hold
speak.
on,
Come
please,
on.
Beno, wait. They said I've been okay. To Nigeria, what is your final submission, sir?
Yeah, regarding this issue, because I was the one that highlighted the idea that in the sports area, that many black guys were marrying European women or non-blacks. Let's put it that way. And I think the submission that was given by Abby, that term gaslighting has been, I've never seen a language being abused so much. And because everything now is gaslighting, even when you make a point, it's gaslighting. The point that is being made there is, why is it? It was a question that was asked. Why is it that a lot of our black athletes, if you take the number that I'm looking at here, especially in the basketball NBA alone, mixed race or white accounts for 70% of the marriages that are involved in, and then 29% is for the black and black. So it tells you that something is going on. And the reason why I raised that point was because in the UK, when I was looking at, UK previous footballer, the footballer that played for the UK that we know that are quite famous. I was searching for them, and I was alarmed by the amount of them that were married to white women. And I was like, what is going on here? It's like, I thought it was an American thing, but it turned out that in the UK it's happening too. Paul Ince, name them. Just all of them married. Even the one that married a black lady first, went on to marry a white woman again. And it just got alarming to the point whereby we even checked for the women. And the women, it turns out that are involved in sports, because we were looking at sports then. Many of them were lesbians anyway. So they were not getting married to black guys. The entire thing is a mess. And there's something about our community that seems to be very susceptible to whatever the dominant group determines that is the way to go. Because I don't see this happening within the Arab community, or even or Asian, or like the Chinese community, or Indian. Yeah, the Chinese, the Asians, the women are marrying a lot of white men. That's true. So it's not only our community that are having this type of problem, but the idea that we are attacking black women because of this, that is a question. What is going on here? Because it could have something to do with the fact that when you are raising your children, you should condition them to take care of black women, to go for black women. And that is part of the point Kolo was trying to highlight, that the white people are quite aggressive about these things. That maybe it's good that we condition our children to do these things. At the same time, instead of telling them that everything is kumbaya, 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 because look at Michael Jackson now, all his wealth and everything is gone to white children and everything. He didn't touch black people at all. This is someone that was black, but got married, had children. None of his children are black. There is something, and I agree with the point that Abby made about the conditioning of the media that have posted white people as the standard of beauty. So, and your job as a parent, and I will say this even to the men and the women, but we know women have a lot of influence on men and women that grow up later on. So it's your job to make sure that boy you are raising doesn't grow up cherishing non-black people. It's your job to make sure, at least give your own black women a chance. Instead of just the moment you see somebody from another race, you think they are gold from heaven or something like that. Our women need to do that work too, because clearly they have a lot of influence on men. Because if you look at what George Floyd did before he died, and there are many cases where you see a man about to die, the last thing they call out is their mothers. Their mothers, they don't call out to their fathers. Their mothers are at the core of most human beings. And if the mothers decide that this is what is going to happen in the next generation, you're going to see a change. And I think it's quite a serious issue, because if a community starts desiring other people, and all this wig wearing stuff is not helping too. And some of our women, when they dress, they look like Arab women. I begin to wonder, these people even our people anymore. When you keep doing that, what do you expect your children to grow up to go and do? So there are accountabilities here that has to be taken into account, that if we start correcting the part, maybe all this will reduce. Nobody's accusing, saying, oh, it's the fault of black women, and the media is not affecting black men in terms of the choices they are making. Yes, it's affecting it, but it's a problem that has to be dealt with. And sooner or later, we have to wake up to this challenge. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you've made your final submission, please start exiting. I'll come to Ed. Ed, what is your final submission? Thank you.
So there are a couple of things I want to talk about. First, marriage is really like, as much as we have our ideas of the way we want our marriages to be, but marriage is on a case by case basis. Of course, there are principles. For example, I believe that a man is naturally built to be a provider, and a woman is naturally built to be someone that nurtures and also wants to be taken care of. So that's what I believe generally about marriage. But then there's case by case basis. Marriage. I mean, there are ideas we might have about how we want our marriages to be when we're getting into it, but life happens. So if a man loses a job, there are times he will have to be sort of dependent on his wife. But that does not mean the man should just sit on his hands. You know, in the long, have a long-term plan, because naturally your position is to be the provider. And any woman who says, "Oh, I want to be like," you know, any woman, you would eventually get to the point where you want to be taken care of. That's the point I'm trying to make. And then I want let me just quickly respond to eccentric cast about this whole gender wage gap thing. You know, I'm just gonna read this a few sentences from Fortune magazine, which explains this wage gap. Let's see. 1/3 of the work experience pay gap is due to women working fewer hours than men, because they are more likely to be in part-time roles. Women are also more likely to take breaks between jobs, and they stay out longer each time. Combined, this results in women gaining an average 8.6 years of work experience for every 10 gained by men. The other 2/3 can be traced to career dynamics. This starts early. Just over half of all men in the sample enters the workforce in top pay quintile occupations, compared with 35% of women. And then the pattern continues. Women are more likely to switch to lower paying occupations and roles during their careers. Okay, the whole idea here is that there are a lot of intricacies involved in this pay gap. There's no systemic, infrastructure that has been put in place to ensure that women earn less. In short, that there are actually laws against that. If you must know, eccentric, there are laws against discrimination on the basis of gender when it comes to wage. So let's be very clear what these things are, because when things are often repeated, people just take it like, oh, it's the gospel truth. It does it's not. It's not.
Thank you so much, Ed, for your final submission. AY, what is your final submission? If you made your a final submission, could you please exit? Thank you. AY, what is your
Mm.
final submission?
Yeah, yeah. Like I said before, yeah. Again, sometimes I think we are not ready for this discussion. I think all the men we've heard from all the men, right, on this platform right now. Like, we want to actually accept our responsibility as the provider, as the leader of the home. I think women need to know their role, because it is. I don't usually see marriage, how some men or women will say equality, blah blah blah. Actually, I see this thing as um, complementary. So I think both the men and the women, we are equally important in marriage, right? So there are it's God that put this thing together. There are things men cannot do, women can do. There are things women cannot do, men can do, like that. But coming together, we have to work together. I think we need to understand our role. Even though the society where we live today demand, for example, the men we have to be supportive, the women have to be supportive, even in their own role or in our own role. So it's just the understanding. I also believe like every marriage is unique. We might have general overview of what marriage is supposed to be, but in general, in the long run, every marriage is unique. You have to figure out what works for you at home, stuff like that. And the other thing, I think the other lady, she was a bit Abby. I think she's not really happy. But I mean, I think she need to understand that nobody is after women. Nobody. We just have a discussion so that we will learn from each other. We will understand ourselves better. In such a way that we can be better people. We can be better husband. We can be better wife. Yeah, that's it. That's where I'm gonna end it. Thank you, Ada. Thank you, everyone. Good
Thank
night.
you so much for joining us. Have a good night. I'll come to Colonial Master. What is your final submission, sir? Colonial,
Well,
yes,
yeah,
go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah. Well, listen. In the end, when you want to have conversations like this, I think you have to have the maturity to be able to comprehend, listen without becoming taking things personal. So that being said, I'll go back to there were stages we got to before we got to this stage of the conversation. And it kept metamorphosing into different things. And then at some point we were talking about the aspect of youth and the desire of men versus power and financial accomplishments, which are the criteria men and women use to choose their spouses. Of course, it's not entirely, but majorly, and over time, even before we ran this system of economy, you look at from beginning of time, the older successful guy gets the younger beautiful woman. And for reasons that we've now known to be women like protection, women like status, women like to be taken care of, and women love the security of a man. I say man in quotes. Now you juxtapose that with what do men want? Well, of course, a man wants youth and he wants someone that will carry his hairs and someone you could say moldable, but you could also say agreeable, which I think would be the term most people would choose as politically correct. So you say you want youth, someone that is within childbearing age, and someone that you could that is not combative, like some of what we heard earlier. Now, moving on from that, we cannot now turn around and say there is not a large amount of Black women, or in this case, Nigerian women, which was also part of the conversation, that are very educated, that are financially successful. But then a lot of these women are not in marriage, especially, the kind of society we come from. A lot of them are not married, don't have partners, don't have spouses. Not saying if it is their desire, fine. But we're talking about the ones, or we were talking about the ones that they, for every intents and purposes, would love a family. Now, why don't they have that? I think this is where everybody started getting their panties in a bunch. Why don't they have that? And I'm speaking from the perspective of what happens in the West, namely America. I say what the system did, especially when it involved women in the workforce, was to, I would say, play them in a way where it took away their best child rearing years, the years where women are most fertile. And it told them, listen, you want to achieve the American dream, you got to get this degree, you got to get that degree. And then also knowing that women are very disadvantaged in society. After you get this degree, then you go in the workforce where the men are ganging up against you. For example, the pay discussion you guys are having. So now women have to fight double battles more than men. Time is ticking. Before you know it, this woman is in her late 30s, 40s, 50s. Boom, she's alone. This is what we were talking about. And I said, there, of course, it's not one reason why Black athletes or Black college or Black engineers or lawyers or doctors end up with people that are not of their race. It's not one reason. There are multiple reasons, but in one of those multiple reasons are the fact that white people are known to be very aggressive in pursuing potentially successful partners. They are quick to spot them, quick to go after them, and quick to get them hitched. And without going on and on, we can have this discussion another day. I'll just leave it at that for now.
Thank you so much, Colonial Master. Could you please exit? I'll go to Uncle Beno. Uncle Beno, what is your final submission?
Dr. Adama, you kept me here since I'm supposed to have left work since about
Okay,
an
no
hour ago.
worry.
But I
Knowing
stay
you.
here, make I feel give my final submission. Well,
Thank
thank you
you.
very much. If you pardon, if you allow me, Dr. Adama, I just wanted to make an appeal real quick.
Go ahead.
I do understand that this platform has a lot of men that come in and speak. But please, I want to appeal to my brothers. When women are on the panel and they state their mind or they simply drop their submission, please, can we just mind our tone of voice when we are talking to these women, even though we are trying to push back on something? Sometimes I think my fellow brothers, they are being too aggressive the way they push back on some of this topic. I'm sorry, I have to say it. The way my brothers responded to Abby earlier, I really don't like it. The good thing was that a call came in, so I was trying to speak. I know you guys cannot hear me because um, I'm a little bit upset with that. Women should be allowed to speak their mind, even if we don't agree with them. Let us address it in a matured manner. Let not use tone that come off as if we are trying to dominate them or we are trying to push back aggressively. So please, my brother Mona, pardon me. I just wanted to say that because if we are all men on this platform talking for almost 4 hours now, and there are no women here, it's not going to be interesting anyway. Many people would have left. So please, we are having all this interaction so we can learn and we can grow. There is a narrative out there that we African brothers, especially Nigerian men, we don't treat our women right. And some of us have been at the forefront of correcting that narrative that that is not who we are. And if we come on public platform and our tone are very tough when we are trying to push back with what our women are saying, that's somehow gonna confirm what people are saying about us. So please, apology. You guys should forgive me. That was just one of my observations. Now, coming to the main issue that we're discussing about, as far as the women earning more than men is concerned, whether we like it or not, we're gonna have a lot of that. Trust me. Now that girls are going to tech, they are breaking glass ceilings now. They're gonna make a lot of money. What I can advise my fellow Nigerians and Africa at large is that push your sons, push your boys, stand your feet on the ground and tell them, bro, you are not finishing BSc and sit your border. No, you're going for your masters. If they are finishing that masters, this is if you are in the Western world, they're probably gonna be done with their masters at age probably 26, 27. Still press their neck. If you are like me, if you are traditional like me, you will sit on their asses, push them. If they finish master, let them go and do PhD because the girls are not slacking, and we're going to have a bigger problem on our hands because what we are seeing right now is a lot of men are actually dealing with a lot in this abroad. Abby make reference to the conversation we have on my platform. I played the video. The guy that made the video live in Houston, Texas. He's very popular on Instagram. And he was saying that nowadays, when Nigerian women abroad, when they see Nigerian men, they ask a lot of questions. Do you have paper? Where do you work? How much do you make? Okay. And the boy was saying, even if the guy is not making so much, you can marry him, push him up. For me, those are bull crap. I'm sorry. We have bigger issue on our hand. May we just admit them. I've been listening to the conversation here again. Somehow, I don't know how we end up with wage gap. I am sorry to tell you this, my brother. I only have BSc all the way from Nigeria and a nursing license in America. My nursing license is LVN, the lowest level of nursing. But by grace of God, even people will get arrow and get this thing self, they can't dare me. No, besides they take and they proud. What I'm saying is this: we have options. I'm sick and tired of brothers always thinking, yeah, my pay grade, if I get this next promotion, maybe there's gonna be $500 boost in my money. Bro, what the fuck is wrong with you? Can't you do something else? Can't you go into business? Can't you diversify? Hustle, make money anywhere, anyhow it can be. Your salary can never make you rich. No matter the academic qualification of the woman you are married to. Whatever you think you are now, by the time your woman go back to school, clear 1 or 2 certificate, she's already earning more than you. And if you are the type who your ego will be bruised that, hey, my wife, how come my take home is 130,000 a year? By the time they pull out your tax, you end up with maybe 100K, and your wife is clearing almost 200 grand. Now you are pleased, you are angry. Please, let's not fight over this. Let's not make it an issue. Oh, this woman had demanded so much. They want so much. Even we as men, don't we want a lot? We don't want to buy jets. We don't want to buy big houses. This is not a matter of, oh, women treat us this, women treat us that. It's about us as men. How many opportunity are you allowing to slide by? What else are you doing? I know a lot of guys right here where I live. Their take-home salary at the end of the month is like $4,000. But if you see what these guys are pulling every freaking month, these guys are loading buses. They go buy bus from auction. They will load it up with all sort of devices, send it to Nigeria. By the time they sell and come, these guys are clearing. Even people like us, we they do rank the way these guys did, and they don't even go school for here. But they open their eyes, they make money. So please, this is not a competition between men and women. This is all about how do we do better. So that's my appeal for my brothers. And then lastly, about white athletes marrying white people, they are not marrying black. First of all, I really don't know where that conversation is going, because we can literally count how many Nigerian and Africans that are athletes. And again, I think one of my brother is the one that only stated what I wanted to say before. That my brother that said that those white girls, they are groomed, they are trained to go after the black athletes aggressively. I agree with him 1000%. You know what? I have Gen Z, I have teenagers, and I'm monitoring them. One thing I notice is this: the fault is from parenting. Parents are not teaching their girls how to maintain relationship. I'm not even saying relationship with boys right now. Pay attention to your girls when they are younger. You will notice this. If you have maybe 2-3 girls, pay attention to differences they are keeping. You will notice that any of your child that is keeping white friends, they tend to maintain that friendship for a long time. Then pay attention to your children that are keeping black friends. You will see that they are changing friends as if it's a revolving glass door. That same thing transfer to how they dealt with boys at school. So many of these athletes you see that are marrying all these white girls, the white girls already know how to capture them. And I'm not saying this to put our black sister or anybody down. I'm just saying we need to do a lot of work if we want this thing to work. I'm a media person. I have a small media company right here. In the past 7 months alone, I've covered, I think with the last one I did 2 weeks ago, I've covered like 13 weddings now. Out of these 13 weddings, the Niger that marry Niger, among them, there are only 3. The Nigerians that are marrying white, marrying from other African countries, marrying from Caribbean and everything, they are like 6. What does that tell me? I see it, and I mean they do the coverage. Many of the young folks, they call me uncle because I know their parents. So we have a bigger problem, please.
Okay.
I'm not really concerned about American team, but I just want us to look inward and try to fix what is wrong in our community. Thank you, Dr. Adama.
Dr.
Thank you.
Adama, I beg, I dare you.
Okay, you're going to be last, you and Shim. Just hold on. Have a good night. Colonial Master, what is your final submission? Colonia Master.
I basically said it. My final submission is basically what I said. It's we Oh, I never spoke about it too, I think. But I think in the end, it went back to, I could always take it back to the same thing I said all day, which is, what men want, and our social value involves our influence, the money in our pockets, our assets, what have we accomplished. It's not even really degrees. Like, we get all these degrees, and like someone said, and which is why I say, why I was confused. He was back and forth. He wants his kids or kids to get PhDs and all these things, but he's telling them, well, you cannot get rich with the degrees, which is very true. You're not becoming a millionaire off a salary. Well, a salary is what he says. You're not getting rich off of someone writing a paycheck for you. You got to be the one writing paychecks for people before you get any kind of wealth in this capitalist system. So to that, I would say maybe it shouldn't just be degrees, degrees, degrees. Check your kids' talents. And I said this 2 weeks ago on the show. Find out what their talents are, what their interests are, and guide them accordingly, especially if you've put yourself in a stable position financially. With regards to Tiwa, well, listen, I don't know too many men that will be successful. And when I say successful, I mean wealthy in the tens of millions of dollars range, hundreds of millions of dollars, because if you would need that much to have your own private jet, right? But you have hundreds of millions of dollars. I don't think any man that does not have, even if he has a child, a successful man, I don't think he's going to be running. Now, there might be variables, right? But I don't think men, with how we are predisposed to youth, will say, okay, his first choice is a 45-year-old woman with two kids. I don't know if she has two different fathers, that has a sex tape out there. So, like someone said, maybe they were joking. I didn't really want to discuss on it. That was why I kept avoiding it. But yeah, I just wanted to say, listen, what men want and what women want, I would see relationships are different. Men want the youth, the beauty, the bearing woman that's capable of having kids and is agreeable. That, but then women want
Mhm.
someone status that can protect them, and someone that every woman wants it when she walks in with this man.
Mhm.
Everybody is looking at him. No woman wants a guy that other women don't want, regardless of what women tell you. If
Mhm.
other women do not want that man, women don't want that man. But yeah,
Okay.
listen.
Thank you so much, Colonial Master. Madam Luke, what is your final submission? If you finish your submission, please exit. Madam Luke, go ahead. What is your final
Okay.
submission?
All right. Thank you. I got kicked out. So I went to go do my six figures instead while I listened. And of course, they were rejoicing that my mic, the juju had taken my mic, but that's good. Anyway, coming back to what was it? I don't know how we went from women supporting men with higher paycheck to this conversation we're having now. Anytime we come here, even with the side pushbacks and the side shoots, we always find a way to derail from the main topic. That's why I just kept quiet. Now, we have a topic that discusses women who are higher earners, who are supporting men that are not as accomplished. And we are now getting to the gaslighting phase that women are not trying. And this and this and this. I was listening to what Dr. Adama was saying. That women need to, anytime we come in here, it always falls back on the women to check themselves. And I'm sick and tired of hearing that crap. The topic here is women who are using their hard-earned money, accomplished, and trying to bring men into their lives. that are not as accomplished, and they can't still get it right. They are being gaslit. Oh, it's because they're disrespectful. They've not even got into the altar. The men are already saying that they can't go into a woman's house because they don't want to be disrespected. We left that one, entered where with the black women are left alone, and only the white women are getting the more higher earning men, so that there's not enough for us. I don't understand what kind of reality people live in these days. But I will say this: as for Tiwa Savage, telling her that she should go and buy her own jet if she can afford it, why would I want to go and how would I aim higher if I already have everything? The goal is that you will need to go and aim for what you don't have, not what you have. So I don't understand that logic. And having said that, like I said, I have told my daughters, I said, you are better that white prize people are aiming for. That, I mean, that what do you call it? The prize of the white chick. I have told my girls to go and aim for the white cock. So you need to go and upgrade yourself. So what am I saying? The world has gone global. Black doesn't have to marry black. So I don't know what this whole mess is all about. The world has gone global. You find your peace, where happiness. And the next speaker is saying that the wedding he covered, only 6 were married to, only 3 were married tonight. Do we have to marry Nigerians? Do we have to marry black? Can't you go somewhere where you can find peace and you can find happiness? So what exactly are we talking about here? So please, find your happiness where you can find it. Whether it's black, green, yellow. I'm not Afrocentric. I don't really give a razzas who anybody gets married to, as long as you're happy. The world has gone global, and it is time for our African women too, and our black women too, to start looking to other races. You do not have to propagate the black race if it's not working for you.
Okay.
And with the level of aggression our men have towards our women, it's not going to be easy to see why we don't find ourselves attractive. You are telling me that because a woman earns more, you can't move into my house. And what makes you think because you earn more, I want to move into your house? I sure don't.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma. You can exit. Uncle KJ, what do you have to say in regards to this topic, sir? Because I know you came in late. Uncle KJ, are you there? Uncle
Yes,
KJ.
yes. Good
Yes,
evening.
what do you have to say about this topic? Because I'm getting ready to shut down.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. You guys have done a great work. I want to say, before I go into what I want to say, that I don't think that anybody on this platform can sincerely say he or she has the monopoly of knowing how life can play out and what will become of tomorrow, irrespective of what choices you make. We have, from time immemorial, heard that you should marry your friend. Some of us have married our friends, and it didn't really work out that way. We have heard that a man should earn more than a woman, and so if you earn more than a woman and you marry her, it will work out. It really didn't work that way. We have heard that a woman should marry somebody he earns more than, so he will have respect for her, and consequently, marriage will be sweet. It has not also worked that way. As regards all the submissions, I want to say also that I appreciate Abby. Abby, I appreciate your take, and I want to say nobody hold what will work for you. If any of us have the magic wine to know how life will work out, we will have used it, or probably better off. Nobody, not even those professors who teach, on love and relationship, and I did a little bit of that in some of the courses we did. It doesn't work that those of them who have drawn all the circles of how relationship work and become perfect, boo, some of them don't even have a successful marriage. Talk more of talking about how things will pan out. So I'll say this: we have gone into relationship thinking that because we are in a better societal standing, those who are marrying will will have some respect for you. It just lasts only a few years. after which it doesn't make any sense. Now, as for, marrying color, the colors of the skin, yes, I want to say if you are in the US or in Europe and you have a colored wife, perhaps you have a better chance in the political setup in the system. And then I say perhaps because there are other people who have married colored and they have not even been able to put themselves together, talk more or putting together their homes. We have also met people who have seen people who married, those colors, and they were their lives brutally ended because those people just took them, and the families never got any form of justice. If you leave me, I'm a traditional African man. When I say traditional, sometimes people misread it to meaning that you are, you do the things, native things, you are being primordial in your thinking. No, I'm simply saying I like the way Africa operates and I hold very dear to it. Now, I will come to Europe and I will behave like the Europeans, but I'm not a European. Will not be a European, both in my mindset and otherwise. See, where am I going with all this? I'm simply saying nobody can tell you. What works for you is what you follow. For me, who is a Christian, I will always use the tenets of my Bible as a yardstick to measuring where I'm going. Even as it is that I have, been a Christian, it does not mean that marriage that I've gone into is been rosy. It's been all kinds of talk but rosy. Because you know why? The person you think, and I'm saying this, my wife has a PhD. I don't have a PhD. But the person you think that will give you the succor or the money or he has the money. And let me say this also. You don't know a man, or you don't know a man until you give him money. Money and power changes every man, except those who have the fear of God. And we who happen to have small counseling experience here and there have seen men who were picked up from nowhere, and they give them life they would never have been able to attain. And eventually, once they become superstars, they begin to look for somebody who will match their status, or who they will say, "Oh, she's not far. I need a slim woman. I can't be walking around. You are too far." So those things also play a part. Now, sorry, I hope I'm not taking too long. I'm about to round up.
Okay, go ahead, round up, sir.
Now, that you have made me lose my. Okay, see. Okay, I've lost my train of thought, so I'll leave it at that. But I'm just trying to say that, in a nutshell, nobody can tell you this is the road to a successful life. Follow it. When you get there, you will get all that is needed. You just watch and pray as you go along. Hope that God will bring people who have the same kind of mindset that you have, who will respect you at the position you are, and they will equally compensate, or rather be able to match off whatever. And I want to say this, if you find out, if you're a lady, and this is an advice I'm giving to the ladies especially, if you find out that you've married somebody who is not at the same IQ with you, what to do to get him to always buy in your idea is not to try to make it look as if you're giving him a lecture, but make it look as if you are suggesting to him what this idea can look so good. I have also had the opportunity of counseling people who their wives are just A's, and they are just very far away, very low C's. And then you find out that their argument is even, you could see that the woman is far ahead, but they are already married. So how are you going to do? Are you going to break the marriage? No, you advise. So if you have a husband, a man friend who you are about to marry to, and you find out that you are the one who gets all the idea at the snap of your finger, chill, bring it down, suggest it. Men like to be suggested to. We don't like to be told what to do, but if you suggest it, we will buy it. So suggest to them that, hey, honey, don't you think this idea will be, look around it. No, just turn around that idea and see how it will go. Most men will love you for that, and your relationship will go, in a way that you never think about it. Let's just keep putting our minds that God will help us go through all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Uncle KJ. Thank you for coming in to give us your final submission. I appreciate it. Chim, what is your final submission?
Okay, thank you. I think it's been an exciting evening. Everybody has expressed themselves, but what I just want to say is people should learn a bit of emotional intelligence. Nobody is here to fight you or anything. We're not gonna solve the world's problem with all our views tonight. After everything we've said, tomorrow there will still be problems in society. But we're just here to, kind of educate ourselves, inform ourselves, and learn. And hopefully whatever it is we're able to learn from here, we can use in our personal lives or share with people who are loved ones. That's one. Two is I don't see the need for us to come and rather than express your views and the intention is to win an argument. I'm not here to win any argument. I'm not going to make any choices for anybody. I'm making my own choices. Your choices are yours. You live with them. We're going to have this. By the way, by the time you make those choices, I'm not going to know about it. So you make those choices, and it's your own. So you would live with it, whether you hear from me or not. And then the other thing is, like African elders, we say, what a little child stands on a top of a tree or mountain top and trying to see. The elderly person will sit on the ground and still see that thing clearer. So I think sometimes we need to, take a chill pill, as we say. The other thing I will say again is what you can't give or you can't take, don't try to give it. Nobody has a monopoly of trying to, I see people, there's a particular person in particular, I'm not going to mention your name, it's not worth the coin. Constantly, my name is in your mouth every day. You come to the show, it's as if you come to find what I'm saying or not saying, and you just mentioning my name anyhow, abusing me. I'll just ignore you because it's not worth it. I think we all have our views about how we want things to be done. Whatever works for anybody, that's fine. Go and implement it. If it works for you, fine. But I think in this life, especially in the concept of what we're talking about, it's all about give and take. It's all about defining what your views and your values and goals are, and hoping that you come across somebody who will buy into those, or you will be able to share similar dreams with. That's what ultimately it comes down to, because at the end of the day, what you want, all of us are seeking happiness or joy, whichever word we want to use for it. So wherever you find it, if you're a black person and you find it in the Caucasian world, good for you. If you're a white person and you find it in the African world, good for you. But at the end of the day, after we've all said and done whatever it is we want to do, none of us is going to change the world in a dramatic way. We must always be conscious of that. But we can, intelligently express our views and have, people always say have an open mind. But what I'd rather say, be objective enough to want to take what other people are saying, go back and chew it. There's been a lot to chew from what everybody has said, including those I might not have agreed with. I will still go and review some of the things they've said and say, okay, maybe it makes sense or it doesn't make sense. But I'm not here to make any enemies. I have many people I'm only going to meet here. I might not meet you ever anywhere else. It's a fact. And if I do meet you, fine. That's just what it is. So I would leave it at that. It's been an interesting conversation, and thank you for having us.
Thank you so much. My final submission is this. My final submission is no matter what your level and standard of love is, or your ideal woman or man should be, when true love locates you, trust me, all those things you think were your requirements would not matter. So at the end of the day, please let us all keep an open mind. If you find someone and that person is not earning as much as you do, but you both make each other happy, it's not about money. For me, money comes and go. At the end of the day, what does money matter to you? Like, what does money mean to you? Because for me, I don't make money a priority. I make what is a priority for me is what I share with that person and how that person views me. So, to our viewers who are listening, please keep an open mind. Do not set this bar for the kind of man you wish you will have, all I will say is be careful what you wish for, because you might get it. Because at the end of the day, if what we're doing doesn't have love in it, nothing is going to come together. And with that being said, thank you to all my panelists that came today to join us. I appreciate you all. Next week, Saturday, I'm not going to be here. So you'll have a fabulous weekend and have a good night. Thank you.
I am adore lele, adore lele. Idu kwasamaka onyoma odika powder. Idu kwasamupu onyoma odika fomu. Idu kwasamishi onyoma odika pilu. Oh lo 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 lo, aduru bwebule wakamwa iwariwo. Ice. Rosa Olerio, Rosanna Oleri, Rosanna Olerio adikadimba. Adure Oleri, Adure Olerio, Adure, Aturubwe bule wakawa iurio. Adure, Adure lele, Adure, Adure lele. Idu kwasamaka onyoma odika powder. Idu kwasamuku onyoma odika fomu. Idu kwasamishi onyoma odika pilu. Oh lo 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 lo, adurubu epule waka. Opudilio nyekelaniyo. Olisamalugo mkoyene menenua. Opudilio nyekelaniyo. Chukuna malugo yobiadiocha. Agaranya chogo kowe bili. Agaranya chogo kowe rienio. Owe chuku bezie chuku. Nuche chukwa busigi fegemeo. Nuche chukwa busia ifegemeo. Nifo solo ne ase alibazie. Oboye bebe agaranya muliba. Oboye wuru agaranya mebibe solea. Mano agaranya wa. Oboye afiozi nipakwa. Agaranya chogo kowe bili. Agaranya chogo kowe rienio. Oboye chikubezi olisa. Kodili ma, kodili bemo. Kodili wakema, kodili manima. Naino kwane we peluge peluo. Kodili ma kodili bemuo, kodili nkemuo, kodili heyo. Ibedwe me wane, nikadie zibo hewo.